Hey, I'm going to take you right into the intro and then I shall be back. And we can talk some shit and have some laughs. Boy, the TikTok drama with Tony, he probably should have picked better defenders, I should say, cohorts, whatever you care to call them. But let's play some music.
Home in the valley, home in the city, home isn't pretty, ain't no home for me. Home in the darkness, home on the highway, home isn't my way, home I'll never be. Burn out the day, burn out the night. Can't see no reason to put up a fight. I'm living for giving the devil his due. I'm burning for you. I'm burning for you. Time is the essence, time is the season, time ain't no reason, got no time to show. Time everlasting, time to play these sides. Time ain't on my side, time I'll never know. Burn out the day, burn out the night. Now I want to tell you what's wrong from what's right. I've seen suns that were freezing and lives that were blue. But I'm burning for you. I'm burning for you. Burn out the day, burn out the night. Can't see no reason to put up a fight. I'm living for giving the devil his due. I'm burning for you. I'm burning for you. I'm burning for you. I'm burning for you.
All right. Okay. Let me get rid of this intro so I can say, hey. Um, oh, Lord, I didn't shut it off. Are you kidding? Okay, shut off. I have no idea what the hell that was. Sometimes it doesn't, YouTube doesn't want to shut off. I guess it just doesn't want to be turned off. I don't know. Ticker's on. Let's say, hey. It's been a day. I was supposed to go 5 hours ago, But here we are. Anyway. Hey, Cash. Be careful right now. Hey, Helen. Good to see you, Helen. Gosh, I miss you. I miss talking to you. Up you. We got to catch up. You got to call me. Your little girl's going to be 9 years old. What is today? The 24th? She's going to be 9 years old in 10 days. Hmm? Hey, Thor. And she thinks she's grown. Oh, we battled today. Of course I won. Hey, Stephanie. Hey, Cambry. Hey, ho. Jack of all trades. Jack of all trades. Do you know the jack of, you know how they say the jack of all trades, master of none? Do you know the master of none, BHB? Just asking. Because she always says she's a jack of all trades, but she's a master of none. Hey, Tiffany. Hey, Miss Fletcher. Good to see you. Hey, Lisa. Julie in the house. Yes, please hit that like so we can get this this here video in that their algorithm. I got some news about that for you too. Hey, Steven's Adventure. Hey, Jennifer. Sweetie Cakes. You guys have some cool names. One of these days I'm gonna do our ditty. I like it. Hey, Mercy. Hey, Mystic. Sir Duke is in the house. Hey, Music City Mom. Sir Duke is in the house and he's raring to go. The deflectionist. That is cool. Hey, Curious. Sir Duke is AJJ. Hey, Skip to Marlo. Sir Duke is ready to go. He is raring to go. His eyes are big. He's ready for the bullhorn's cackle so he can bite the hell out of me. That's not fair. I get abused because bullhorn cackles. Hey, Kathy ain't got time. Perfectly imperfect itch. Oh, I love it. You guys are courageous. I'm so afraid to change my name. I'd forget to change it back or screw something up and I'd be stuck with it forever. My backup, which I failed to load anything ever on my backup, so I think YouTube took it. You know how they, if you don't put anything on a channel, they just, and you're inactive. Well, that was like a year ago. Well, yeah, but probably about a year ago. And I did Agent Trollabish because I was going to play the FBI agent that Betty called, on a blank screen and a piece of bread. And I never changed it back. So if YouTube didn't cancel that out, it's still there because I forgot about it. But I really do need to have a backup. Guys, I'm so close to 3K. I cannot believe how close I am. It's unreal. It's unreal. Hey, Remy. I'm just blown away. So, I told y'all that Terry Lynn or Jen, my guess it was Terry Lynn, but either or, that little community there tried to do a privacy claim on me, wanted me to, a privacy strike, whatever you call it, wanted me to blur out the 911 call. Huh. So, I don't have to, by the way. YouTube agreed, sided with me, and I don't have to. And I have the email to prove it. Because, see, instead of just running and doing it, I emailed it, YouTube. I responded. And I said, wait a minute. This is public information. This is public records. Not to mention it's all over the YouTube streets and social media. But it is body cam footage available to the public. They agreed that there was no privacy violations in my video and I do not have to do anything. Hey, Ange. Hey, Remy. So nice. I knew they were going to try. I knew there would be something, some type of a strike. That's why I was so very careful. I mean, I was super careful to make sure I paused it more than enough, that I fair used the hell out of it, that I did everything that I needed to do because I know she tries to strike. Uh, she still found a way, but it didn't go through. I didn't lose anything. My video was never taken down. So, yeah, waste of time. Hey, Sheila. Yeah, that's who I thought it was. That's where my money was. I didn't think it would be Jen because I wasn't saying anything about her. It was to show Terry Lynn's actions. That's yeah, but I don't have to do anything to it. I don't have to. And if you and the timestamp that was given is she wants the beginning of it is her pictures that were in the video that was somebody else's that I played, and she wanted that part removed, and YouTube said no. I don't have to remove it, nor do I have to blur it. They agreed with me. I'm glad I did respond like that instead of just immediately going and it wouldn't have mattered in the video, honestly. It really wouldn't have. And it didn't matter to me either because I wasn't going to lose anything. Julie, thank you so much. But it was the point. It was the point of her doing that just because someone was showing not lies, but truth because it was out of her own mouth. Hey, everybody, welcome to Poolside. You are now Poolside Misfits. We are the coolest misfits on the YouTube streets. And over here, you can be any kind of misfit you want to be. We don't care. Come one, come all. We don't care. But please thank Julie for your gifted membership. Thank you so much, Julie. I think I said Sheila and Skip. Demon Chihuahua. I love it. Heartland Honey. Laura. Dutch Grass. Hey, Britt. Oh, you never have to say you're never late. Never apologize. You do this for me for just because. I don't. You never owe me an apology. You're never late. When you get here, you get here. If you can't get here, I get that too. Hey, KCG. Laura Lee. Justice Equalizer. Good to see you. Also, hey, Dimple Duck. How are you? It's been a minute. Also, if you all get a chance after my live, I don't want you to leave my live, of course, but if y'all get a chance, Deets did a really good live today, and she had Melissa Jade on, and because WSU mom Kim from the Idaho case has been making her rounds in channels, in chats, and I've tried to tell people, look, just I'm not trying to, I wasn't trying to tell anybody, stay away, or nothing. I was just saying, do you realize who that is and what she was involved in? But nobody would. Anyway, they laid it all out, reminded everybody of all the crap she did with the Idaho 4 case and how she accused 4 innocent people and put their names and stuff out there. Wait a minute. I just got. Please tell me I didn't. Okay. Whew. I would be so upset if I did that. I thought Blank was going live, but I put the wrong date on my notes in my phone. No, he was supposed to go live at 6:45, so it is right. Maybe something happened and now I feel bad because I would have never scheduled this live. On top of him, I wouldn't have done that. Oh, I feel bad now. Something must have happened though. He's not live. I feel bad now. I'm sorry, blank screen. I didn't. I thought it was tomorrow. I put it in for the 25th instead of the 24th. I'm sorry. I mean, it won't affect him. He's got steady followers. He'll, hey, pineapple. I just don't like going live on top of a friend or a mod. Okay, Brittany. As soon as I know what's going on with my hubby, because when he got to work today, everybody had to be tested for COVID. Just clean sweep, because he's got several people out. Two came back. They have to be out uh, 5 to 7 days and can come back as long as they test negative. But COVID can linger, and you can not be contagious, but still have it. So yeah, they're dealing with that issue. But yeah, a couple was allowed to come back, but then a couple had to go out. Mm. I'm over it. I don't want COVID again. Last time it almost killed me. I do not want COVID again. Hey, traders. Hey, mystery. So I was paying. Hey, Roberta. I was paying attention to TikTok. Hey, Dynamite. Hey, Warina. Hey, Debbie Rogers. Um, I was paying attention. No, I didn't know them, but I heard about that, and that's really sad. Um, I don't know the person or their channel. I think I shared one of their short videos, but apparently a creator has passed away. Real entertainment news. So prayers to the family, and R.I.P. I mean, Gregory the cameraman, 1970. Oh, well, thank you. Welcome in. Welcome. You are now a poolside misfit. We're the coolest misfits on the YouTube streets, dude. We got a completely stocked bar. We've got gummies, homemade gummies that are super strong. We've got brownies, and then we got some just regular treats too. And some Jello shots. Gotta have Jello shots. Listen to me like I'm some big time partier. Oh my god. Hey, Moon Magic, cool name. Yep. Oh yeah, and then the Department of Health that calls me tells me, your daughter's quarantined. She was sitting at the same table with someone who tested positive. I'm like, okay. How long do I have to keep her out? And this was in the beginning. This was the second time she got it. And they told me 7 days. First time was 10 days. Second time was 7 days. I got a letter from the school telling me my daughter missed too much school. I said, are you freaking kidding me? Y'all know you gave the Board of Health my fucking phone number and my kid's name. That's how they knew to call me to tell me that, yeah, your house is under quarantine. Makes sense to you? Didn't to me. Anyway, I'm like, yeah, maybe make people keep their damn mask on. They weren't supposed to be taking off their damn mask in the first place. How about using all them cases of wipes you ask us parents to send in every freaking day? And not only that, but my husband not only provided the dispenser, but a year's worth of refills for the dispenser for hand sanitizer for the classroom. Yeah. So, mm, you know, but anyway, it happens. But the school should have known. I mean, okay, guys. Um, yeah, I fought them one out. I was like, no, you're not going to put this in her jacket. She had no choice but to stay home. The kid didn't get sick. She never tested positive, but they made me keep her home because it was COVID. You when she did get it, she didn't really get nothing. Nothing that little cold symptoms. Um, my little boy, he got a little bit. Like he had a really bad cold because he has respiratory problems to begin with. So, um, yeah, I don't want it again. I'm over dealing with it. and I'm vaccinated to the hilt. We all are, and we still get it. I mean, I don't know what to say. It don't like me. I don't like it, but okay. You knew him a bit? Oh, it's sad. It really is. I didn't know if it was a guy or a girl. I didn't know who it was, and it's just sad. I don't, like I said, prayers to his family. Oh, chat summary. Oh my gosh, it's actually on. I have a chat summary. I never get to see it. I want to try that knockoff perfume though. They say everybody I know that's tried it, and I know several people that have, they hey Tia, they said they can't tell the difference between the expensive bottle they bought and that bottle. Um so I'm gonna try it. I mean, at least you're not out a couple $100 for a bottle that you thought you were gonna like till you got it and then you don't like it. So this way you only have a few bucks. Hey Granny's watching. Wine Crimes and Mayhem, good to see you. Daddy's baby girl. How are you? So, hey Megs. So I was being my usual snooper. And I just happened to pop over to TikTok because, I still check on them people over there because I knew it wasn't over. It's not over. However, there is a split. The split has commenced. The ones that, some of the ones that were Tony's right arms over there are no longer Tony's right arms. They're not even his left arm. They got some stuff to say about Tony and the red flags that they seen but didn't do anything about. Of course, backtracking now. Um, and I'll replay the phone call. In fact, I'm going to do that first. I'm going to do that first. I'm going to replay. I should just play it for my channel. Uh, I'll give barbecue the view on TikTok. I like barbecue. Okay. Well, say you don't know how to spell today. Just to give background, it's a quick video. I'm gonna play the call where Tony. What the hell? No, I don't want to talk about politics. What are you doing? I want the actual TikTok. All right. I don't want to talk about Camille Harris. I don't. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Oh Lord, have mercy. Make my. But I was able to. I didn't record it all because those people, honey, they're that. Oh, barbecue's live right now. Let me see what she's saying. It might be worth watching. Oh no, no. Okay, she's doing something else. She's unboxing Amazon or something. Hey, it happens sometimes. Barbecue. Sometimes people just aren't into going on lives. Yesterday, I couldn't do a live. I would have had to. I was so busy up and on, and then it got so hot. Um, okay. Well, huh. No, I don't want to do any of that. I want to. Well, I might have to play it on my channel because now I don't see it. All right, I'll just play it on my channel because now I don't see it on hers. I know she has it, but TikTok don't put their videos in any kind of order. It's insane. I don't know how people find stuff. But that's right. I have it. I'll play it off my channel. Just to give you guys background on what they're going to be talking about because they are going to mention it. Um, they are going to bring it up. Hey, nonsense. So that you guys know the background of what is happening. Tony got very, very, very vulgar. Very vulgar with her. Um, I don't know. I feel some type of way about it, but that's just me. Um, no, I don't want to play my intro. Lord. Anyway, there it is. Yeah, I'll bring it up here. So it gives me. Let me see who else I could say hi to. Hey, Cash, you back? Was it her? Was it you? I heard do a call into Savages this morning for the. Yeah, I think the exploding candle needed its own private service. I'm sorry, but I just think it did. Hey, Claude, good to see you. I don't know, Brittany. I have no idea if she's on. Hey, Beachy Keen. I have no idea if she's on TikTok. I've never done a TikTok video. The only thing you're going to find on my account is reposted stuff, mostly singing and dancing. Sometimes missing people, but yeah, I that was only done to make it look like there was activity on my account. And by doing that, I think I had 100 subs in like an hour. It was insane, not an hour, but you know what I mean. It was. I'm like, why are people subbing to me? I'm reposting other people's content. Hmm. I don't think I'll ever do TikTok. I don't like the way it is over there. It's really weird. With that, I don't think should be allowed to be done. Okay. See, that was easy to find. But needless to say, the ones that are no longer in Tony's camp, okay, are you guys ready? You called in this morning too? I was the one with the bell in her mouth. And look, I get everybody's having a laugh, and I'm having a laugh too. And what Laura did, I mean, really, what more is there to be said for me to say about it that hasn't been said by the million lives that have been done and are still being done about it? Um, it was disgusting. It was beyond freaking gross. I've worked the system. In the system. I know what those false reports can do. I've seen it done to my own. Um, there's no excuse for it. And I know she says, I get it. You two were really going at it hard, and yeah, went for went all out. But that's an adult disagreement on YouTube. That has nothing to do with family or children. And I don't understand the thinking or the mind that would immediately go to something like that to get revenge or because you're just really had enough and your breaking point, which everybody has their own breaking point. I can't judge her on that. I don't know her. But why would your mind go there? That's the first thing you think to do? Really? Yeah, that's all I need to know. I didn't follow her anyway. I barely watched her. I only watched her if I thought I was going to review a little bit of her, which I haven't done that many times. Just wasn't my cup of tea. I don't know what more I can say that hasn't already been said. But I will tell you, and this is probably going to piss a lot of people off. Of course, I support MM 1000%. what was done to her and her family, I'm sorry, unforgivable. That's just something I couldn't get over. I couldn't get over it. So I get where she's coming from, and has every right to feel that way. But I don't think that the gentleman that's going to go at her business should be doing that, or going to her family should be doing that, because why are you any different then? Her family had nothing to do with it. Her candle business had nothing to do with it. That's how she supports her kids. She's got kids in college. I don't order from her. I've never ordered from her. But I'm also not going to go out there and totally try to destroy her business either. And I don't think MM would even want that. She's just not that kind of a person. Hey, Orion. Hey, T. Marie. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Rowena, because my thing is, I couldn't wrap my head around, why would that be your first thought of something to do in the first place? Why would that be your go to? Something's not right if that's your immediate go to. And hey, y'all can, the other people that knew about it, probably, you don't know if they were in on it with her or not. You don't know how much they encouraged her, but they were in on it. They're just as bad in my book. Because you can bet your ass, if I knew and I had 100% proof receipts like that, I don't care if it's somebody I like, dislike, somebody that hates me. I'm going to reach out immediately and let them know, hey, this is what the fuck happened. Not 2 years later, because you got a hair up your ass. Sorry. Speaks volumes for me. You know, I don't know. Somebody said she was live today. I didn't see it. Wasn't looking though. Hey, Mappa Mouse. Hey, Kelly, go lately. You got blocked. That probably felt good though. It don't take much to get blocked over there if she's still the way she used to be. That's right. Go in real life on her. How are you any better? How are you any better? Yeah. Just like leave families and kids out of it. And stop freaking doxing people. What the hell? I don't know that TM. I only know of her and things she's done. But that lady's batshit crazy. What the fuck? Oh, people are just batshit crazy. I don't have to put music on for this because barbecue won't strike me, or she won't even try. Um, she actually came in when I reviewed this on Monday. Hey, Brandon Barn. Not that Amber. Not that Amber. I know what you're saying. I don't blame you. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be that one either. Um, make sure I didn't miss anybody before I get into this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to briefly play this so you have background on what's happening, because their TikTok lives are not like you guys. I played them for you. If you guys remember correctly, I was the first one that found Tony on TikTok and turned everybody else on to it, which I'm so thankful I did, because there was just so much lives that, so the time they use, I needed as many people as I could get over there to record. So it ended up being fantastic. But yeah, they don't have like real content. They don't have no kind of anything. It's just like a damn free for all. You jump in a box and say what you want, and they have no problem doxing people, threatening people. And I do have part of that live where the same exact people that I'm getting ready to play you after this sat on there defending Tony, doxing the hell out of YouTubers because they were mad at him for not supporting Seth and Tony. Hey, Sparrow. Oh, Delta. He had a lot to say. He said some of the, and I have it because I sent it to Savage because I wanted Savage to have it. It's very foul and vulgar, and that's that. And I didn't blur out the pictures, even though everybody knows who Savage is, and Queen's mugshot's been all over the place. I don't care about JLR, but just out of respect, you know. But what I can do is fast forward through that part. But the stuff this man says, if that had been YouTube, thank you, Hope. If that had been YouTube, that live would have been shut down. But then there's stupid things on TikTok that your live gets shut down for, like streaming while you're driving. Okay, they did that to Betty. And then Betty got shut down for misinformation. And boy, is she pissed. Now she's suing TikTok. She's suing the whole freaking world. But first, TikTok. And since nobody wants to join a class action lawsuit with her against TikTok, she's doing it on her own. Don't tell her it's already been done. Yeah. And no one's going to join her because she thinks it's a quick payday. It's not going to be a quick payday. They got lawyers that will shred her in a matter of minutes. They're not going to give her 1 red cent. Honey, it's China. They're not going to give you 1 red cent. All right. They are going to shred you to pieces. So please file your frivolous lawsuit yet again. Waste some more of your subs' money yet again. And also, tell the truth. You're on your way to Tennessee because Trump's going to be there. Not for any other reason. You lie to your audience. You don't tell the whole truth. Well, yeah, you're going to cut Sebastian and you're going to work those days. No, you're going to a Trump rally. You'll be at the vigil, or no, that's next month. This time you're going down there and you said you didn't have nothing to do. So you'll do your searching and your recon work. No, you're going to see Trump speak at BitCon. All right, shut up. And also, the end of August. Hi. Guys, let me play this for a minute. My neighbor just came in. I'll be right with you. Hey, Teresa. Let me get back to blue. I love your name. Bama G. Um, all this stuff did happen to her. I'm not kidding you. It really did. Um, can you guys hear me now? Hey, Gma. But she was doxxed. They went after her daughter. Hey guys, my neighbor came over. She's such a sweetheart. She brought the kids a big bag of Jolly Ranchers and 2 big containers of Kool-Aid mix. She's such a sweet lady. I hope when I'm in my 80s, I look as good as that. Your Kiwi mate. I like the doggy. And I hope I have the energy because they travel all the time. They're always going to different places, different. I hope I do. Hey, Darby. Okay, sorry, I just had to play that. I didn't have the timestamp. I just wanted to, but it's coming up. All right, here, let me fast forward. But then you guys see when they were putting Savage, same group, Tony's group.
Is it?
Okay. I have no clue. Y'all need to go watch some Dr. Phil episodes because all these I don't want to hear my commentary on my kids or on my mom, and that's the expert.
Gave it up there. You think about it. He just said not Seth or Tony.
Okay, now this is Barbecue, who was one of Tony's TikTok girls, but because she called something out with Seth and Tony, Tony turned on her and Tammy B, and she got them. She got his other 2 a.m. girls at war with Tammy B and Barbecue. Tony did all that. Anyway, this is a call between. This just happened. this call between Barbecue and Tony.
Yep. I don't want your money. I don't need your money.
That's
I
cool,
got my
Queen
own
Bee.
money. Remember, I got a puppy mill going on.
You and I had a simple conversation. It's not Seth's account. It's not my account.
Then whose is it? Whose is it?
No clue.
Well, what would I tell? What would you say? What would you say if I have a screenshot of the chat saying that Seth made that account? You took the account over. So whose is it? Ocean's or Chase's? Whose is it?
You don't have it from my chat.
Whose is it?
It's never even been talked about.
Whose is it? Whose is it? Why do you guys play fucking games like this? It's so petty. You guys literally.
She has the screenshot.
You and your little fucking people are over there talking about me, talking about my mom, talking about my daughter. No, I am. Yeah, because.
Hey, Casual Art. Hey, Cecil. That's okay. You be you. Hey, Christina. She actually brought this up about this Harley account on TikTok. Probably when I first started showing you guys, because I was the first one that caught them on a TikTok live, and I was smart enough to record it and go live with it. It was cool because then everybody got turned on and nothing was missed. But because they would go live late at night and they'd sit there for hours and hours and hours. They don't actually do content. And they'd sit there and not even say a word. It was insane. Insane. Hey, Pineapple. She showed the text messages.
Yes, she did.
And the messages, and she showed the proof.
Yes.
I think I still have it on my channel.
Yes,
look
it is.
And yes, she
literally, you and your little fucking people are over there talking about me, talking about my mom, talking about my daughter. No, I am.
They did.
Yeah, because you can talk all calm because you're a fucking narcissist or psychopath or something.
And listen, I told you if you didn't talk about me, I wouldn't talk about you. And I haven't.
I'm allowed to talk about whatever I want to talk about. You're the one messaging me fucking threatening ass shit.
Because you told me that you wouldn't talk about me if I didn't talk about you, and you didn't keep your word.
You know what? You didn't keep your word. You fucking.
Okay. Sorry. Anyway. Yeah, I know it was muted. Kiddos. Anyway, she's telling the truth. Some of the receipts I have on my channel, but she has receipts for everything she's saying. Tony was talking crap about her and her kid on YouTube, on TikTok, everywhere. Got very vile and nasty. He was also sending very threatening messages and harassing her. All because her and Tammy V was able to show who started the Harley TikTok account. Because they asked the person specific questions that only 3 people would know the answer to. The 3 people that were there. Tammy and Barbecue were 2 of the 3 people. Guess who the 3rd person was? Just take a good guess. Hey, Hensley. Hey, Gma. Hey, Misty. It was Seth. And that's in my other video.
Oh, all those people were in the phone call and none of them were. Only Ocean was, and you fucking lied to me.
I didn't lie to you.
You're a liar. You're a liar because I talked to Chats and Bertha. They weren't even on the phone call.
Let me tell you something.
Oh my God.
The phone call was initiated.
Wow.
All 6 people.
And only one person answered.
I was driving and I saw
Okay,
6
so now this call came in while she was live on TikTok. Tony called her while she was live. The wave is not ocean. I believe the wave is barbecue. Hey, Alicia, where'd Tammy V go? She dropped down or she changed her name to is there? Okay.
We're invited to the call. I thought we were all talking, but Chaps and Bertha lied to you. They were on that call. The only one that wasn't.
That's a fucking lie.
Where's your proof,
Right there's
Tony?
Chaps.
The one, this digging that you're talking about, I'm telling you right now that the two that were doing all the personal digging were those two.
Okay. And
Yes.
and Phoenix,
That's a fucking lie.
Ocean, and Chase were in
I'm not
little.
saying they didn't do things to hurt you, but they didn't do the personal stuff.
They all did. Chase
Oh no, barbecue has the receipts. Not since she showed them. I have some of them.
had fucking lives talking about me. Literally talking about me.
Where's this
She
coming
did.
from today? Because
Hey,
today,
Callie. What do you mean? Where's it coming from today, Tony? Y'all did at her. I don't even want to. I played the video on my channel where Tony's 2 a.m. girls actually had barbecues, biological mother and aunt. What we call on panel, they call inboxes, and the disgusting things that were said. Wow. It was a really bad situation with when she was a kid with what happened to her with her mom and stuff. Yeah. It was bad. Alleged ex-K9 cop buddy and the semi-man. But yeah, anyway.
girls today, other than Maddie, who's my friend.
It does, Pineapple.
I don't know where.
I don't even know who that is.
Well, that's and she doesn't do anything to you.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
Yeah, it's not anybody. That's
You need
relevant.
to rein in your shit, okay? Because if you wanna trudge down this hill and you want everybody to be supportive and all this stuff, and you're on
Yeah,
set.
I don't care. I don't care who's supportive. I give you my word. I would not talk.
You're interrupting me, first of all. Yeah, you have everybody else do it. You had a
Have everybody else.
you had a texting conversation with numerous people, and you said, I want you to dig. You need to rein in your shit, okay? Because if you wanna trudge down this hill and you want everybody to be supportive and all this stuff, and you're on set.
I don't care. I don't care who's supportive. I give you my word. I would not talk.
You're interrupting me, first of all. Yeah, you have everybody else do it. You had a
Have everybody else.
Yes, you
had
do.
a texting conversation. You had a texting conversation with numerous people, and you said, I want you to dig up dirt on blah 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 blah, and I was one of them. And you
And she's right. That actually happened. These people, this 2 a.m. girl group with, and then you throw in the alleged retired K9 officer and the alleged semi-retired wannabe attorney / con man / repo man. They communicated off the app. They said it. I have it in my lives, many of them. They would do group texts and they would stay on the phone for hours talking. And yes, there was names put down. Hey, Lynn Levenlight. Cranky Pasta. I love the name. Why does he always sound like he's hiding in a closet? I don't know. We do need to find out. Hey, TK.
guys
T.
came after
Marie.
me because I said an opinion that I thought Seth was taking advantage of this whole situation as a money grab.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I said, and that's when the bullshit fucking started. And
That's it. And she's right. Because I have it. I have when it kicked off. It was all over that. Tony started a freaking war between his own group on TikTok. No surprise there. Look at what he did to people on, But yeah, it started a nasty war.
allowed to have an opinion. Anyone is allowed to have an opinion.
Entitled to your opinion.
And that's when all the shit started. Dude, I've got
And she's so right. And that's exactly what deep end go with them. Tony's lying.
so many fucking people. I've been doxxed. This is your little crew. You picked them.
It's not my list.
You talk to them all the time. You just love Oceans. These are your late night girls. I mean, literally, like, that's all they fucking talk about is you, Tony.
You sit on lives all day and night, talk shit about people. I mean, let's get this.
No, they don't talk shit about you, Tony. Let me be nice here. They fangirl it hard for you to, hard. Well, not so many of them now, which we're going to watch.
I don't sit all night and all day.
If you want to get trashy,
then let's get trashy, Tony. What the fuck?
Do you want me to show you what it's like when I'm involved?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
what the
did you hear that? Listen to Tony. Tell her what it's like when he gets involved.
All day.
If you want to get trashy,
then let's get trashy, Tony. What the fuck?
Do you want me to show you what it's like when I'm involved?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
what the fuck are you gonna do?
Because you'll be on a live crying.
What the fuck are you gonna do? You can't make me cry, Tony.
Did you hear what Tony said? Did you hear what the fuck we heard? Right here comes Tony Baloney. But you talk. Oh.
What the fuck are you gonna do? You can't make me cry, Tony. I don't care if I live in a fucking trailer. I'll show you my trailer tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
You know what? Shut up, Tony. You always trying to shame her about living in a trailer. Let me tell you something. Here in Florida, a lot of people living in modular homes, trailers. Those things are freaking. I'll tell you what. I've been in some that cost more than this fucking house I live in. Some of them suckers, they are laid out, man. No shade on it. Shame on you. But you've always looked down on her for that from the very start, because that's one of the things that you made it a point to point out on YouTube. But you know, she owns her own business. She pays her own way, Tony.
Good job.
My kids are all adults.
Good job, Mama.
My kids are all adults, motherfucker.
Did he just say good job, Mama?
Hey, B.
Yep.
Hey, Layla.
Fuck you.
Fuck you, Tony.
Fuck you, bitch.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you all day, dude. You're a fucking you called me a hoe?
Hey, Patricia.
Can't get you a man.
I don't want one.
Tony gets low here. Hey, Darcy. Hey, Michelle. Hey, Patricia. Tony gets low here. He tells her she can't get a man. She can't keep a man. Hey, RLR. Yeah, I got it right. Hey.
Get one.
The fuck I couldn't. At least I ain't paying Chase's fucking phone bill and buying her fucking groceries.
Trailer trash.
Yeah, this is the real you, Tony. This is what I wanted to come out. You know what?
You pulled out of me.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah,
know,
because
Bella.
this is who you really are.
You know what? I can be like you if you want me.
I'm not like you, Tony. I'm not gonna fucking like you.
Your life's a train wreck.
No.
Your whole life's a train wreck.
That's what you think, because you're over there.
Mom of the year.
Dude, my daughter's sitting. Your life ain't good. You're barely even at home with your
dream, sister.
You fucking think.
My life's a dream. Everybody that knows me knows that. That's why they laugh.
I don't think anybody wants to know you, Tony.
Well, good. You're calling me and reaching out to me. I didn't reach
because I'm tired of your fucking shit, and you know what?
Yep.
You showed your true colors tonight.
Shit. It's not my shit. Why don't you fight the people that are fucking with you? It hadn't been me.
They're your friends. You put them up to it.
I didn't put nobody up to it. I got other shit to do than
like what?
Oh, Tony, but you did. And the text messages prove it. But okay. Do you, boo, as Betty says, and copies up everybody else. Hey, Meg. I know I see. Hey, Senrisa. Good to see you. I know there was somebody else. Flickery of foot. Hey, Linda.
Like you.
Like what?
Like watching RNC.
Then why don't you start fucking doing it? Because I do my shit.
I do it every day.
I don't think like, oh, I'll be out fishing. I'm fishing.
Stephanie.
I don't give a fuck.
Like you.
I don't fuck with people like you. You are scum of the fucking earth, Tony. Scum. I am a mom. He hung up. Fucking stupid bitch.
Okay. Now, I was just playing that to give you... I don't need to play any more of that. Instead, we're going to play... Now, the TikTok 2 a.m. girls or crew. I don't want to... I don't really want to say girls, I guess, because that wouldn't be right. Because they're not all girls. Uh, Consisted of Tony. Now the girls were Ocean, Cajun. Cajun is one of the vile, the nastiest real lifers you'll ever want to meet. Ocean sits right there with her. Kayla Ray, who I'm getting ready to play, was Barbecue and Tammy B. They no longer. I know I'm missing somebody. Oh, and Delta, the alleged semi-retired defense attorney slash repo man, and the retired canine officer. And there'll be a couple that come that aren't on every night. And I'm talking anywhere from 5 to 13-hour lives. And all they did, and Tony would show up to some of them. Some of them he'd talk ish, some of them he wouldn't. But I have some of the nasty ones. I just not played them when they were doxing everybody, which is considered a dox, even though I guess it's not a dox. I don't know. Everyone says it was a dox, but when they were showing, and they didn't just show pictures, okay, they had complete background checks on people. Savage, Queen Bee, JLR, and there was more. There's a list that they did it. They got all the info for. Some of the stuff, the people that are in this video, no, because see, they were riding right with Tony, doing all that shit. And Delta, that's part of the reason I haven't played it, because of how vile and nasty, and not. I mean, he was above and beyond. Okay, why is it not giving me? Oh, I have to go to my dashboard. Oh, maybe it's under. Oh, it's under Alive because I recorded it. Okay. All right, we'll start with this one. Stephen Crabtree sometimes would go up there. He comes up on this one. He is, no longer a Seth and Tony fan at all. And I just took myself right out of StreamYard. I sure did. Oh, Lord. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. Hey, Revival. So this is Kayla Race, who was one of Tony's hardcore every night 2 a.m. girls, because they would always go on anywhere from 12, 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock in the mornings when they'd fire up Alive. It was insane, and they would just stay on forever. And this is Shane, the retired canine police officer, allegedly. I mean, that's what he tells everybody. Delta, the alleged semi-retired defense attorney / repo man. I'm not sure what it is. Barbecue came up. That's when I caught it. This live had already been going on. I caught it just, hey, Kodo, good to see you. Hey, Shop. JLR Superfan in the house. We do not stand with TikTok, Tony. Good. Me neither. Yes, dear. What do you need? I really think you should brush your teeth. Why? Look at what the neighbor brought you. Miss Ellen. Tomorrow you make sure you give her hugs and thank you, okay? All right, yes, please brush your teeth, ma'am. It's almost bedtime. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Oh, she tried me. Oh, she tried me. I just want to sleep, please. I just want him to sleep in my room. Nope, y'all be up till 11 o'clock. Nope, I'll be in there 20 times. Nope, not tonight. Anyway, I'm such a mean mom. I don't know. Hey, Skull Girl. Oh, this heat is awful. They said the next couple days here is is going to be insane. I am not, I have to go to Jacksonville Friday, and it's supposed to be so freaking hot. You know it's bad when you go outside 7 o'clock in the morning and you're already sweating. You know you're in for a rough day. Yes, the tooth fairy came. You know what happened, Lynn? I put it in this little tooth bag and I put it under his pillow, and he was sleeping in his sister's room. And I told him, leave it alone. Leave it under your pillow. Did they? No. They took the bag out, unraveled it, and, she tugged on it. They were playing, and the tooth got lost. Apparently, there was a hole in the bottom of the bag. So the tooth got lost. Well, he had a freaking meltdown. We couldn't find, me and my husband searched high and low in that room. We could not find that little ass tooth anywhere. But the tooth fairy still came. I just told him he owes her a tooth because, she needs them teeth, for her fairy dust. That's what gives her the magic. And that's what she uses the teeth for, her fairy dust. So in the morning, my daughter gets up. She finds the tooth right away. I was like, we used flashlights we crawled on our hands and knees looking for that freaking tooth. It's so tiny, It was, but yeah, tooth fairy came. But oh man, he had a meltdown. Hey, Be Still. You'd think Tony would be out there running a summer clearance on some cranes right now. Yeah. So this was last night on TikTok. I just let it record until my computer decided it wasn't going to keep recording. Because like I said, they stay on for hours, and I was not. I didn't watch it. I watched like the first 3 minutes to set it all up, but that's it. So I'm going to be just as surprised at you, but I know barbecue goes off. I also got where Stephen Crabtree comes up and has his part to say. But apparently Tony no longer has, hey, Emery, I am. He no longer has the support he did on TikTok. He still has Cajun and Ocean, as far as I know. I'm sure Cajun. Oh, as hard as she is hard for Tony. I mean, hardcore. And now they're also backtracking on, see, the whole group always went at the Proudfoots. Seth was king. The Proudfoots were dirt. They did it. They're guilty. Done deal. Started idolizing Betty because of Tony and Seth. I'm guessing that's all changing now. You'll hear. It's wild how people flip. And these are grown ass adults. Okay, these aren't even kids.
And the things that were and how things were addressed.
This is barbecue talking.
And how things were said. That was a red flag.
So, Shane, the top fella, he is the alleged retired canine officer. Okay, let me show you with my mouse. This guy right here. He is, I don't know if it's let me show you. A barbecue's in the middle. On the bottom is Delta, the alleged semi-retired defense attorney / repo man. This is the creator, Kayla Ray. The big ocean picture, that's Kayla Ray. That's her picture.
Flag for me right off the bat. And it was putting pieces of things together, like that the move back from California was not on Seth's dime. He never really held a position of good work ethic. Like, he told a story about the restaurant and the pizza place. Like, what 40-some-year-old, no offense to anybody that does, but
Hey, Johnson.
what career do you have working at a pizza shop? It's a dead end job. That's a team.
Well, he's supposedly semi-retired. But he claims he's like in his early 50s, but yeah, I don't think so. LC.
Teenager's job.
Right, that's a stepping stone.
Hey, Southern Mimi.
Unless you
And then when
right.
there's more things that like Chris said, everybody was on their Life 360 plan, and Seth was on their cell phone plan, and Katie was paying Seth alimony, and those kind of things. I just like looked at all of that from a wide view, and I thought, he's on paid time off. Do you know that the jail is giving people their time back? Seth doesn't work there anymore. They severed ties in a way that the union couldn't like go after the jail for his job or whatever. But he doesn't have his job at the jail. He didn't even want to work at the jail. If you remember, Chris said his first week of training, Seth called him and said, I can't do this shit anymore. And he said, Sebastian thinks the moon and the stars of you. You are going to go in there and finish that training. And I kind of feel like from
that part I know is true. Chris, I'm not saying word for word it's true, but I do remember hearing that Chris did have, that he did want to give up, and Chris talked to him. Hey, break time 5.
Employer perspective, we try to keep people on board and encourage people, even if they want to give up hope and all that stuff, or they just, whatever it is. I just don't feel like Seth is a
hey, little Irish girl,
career-driven individual. That's my opinion. But like all the paid time off, those days were donated by people that they earned, and the prison is actually giving all of that time back to those individuals that donated. That right there speaks mounds.
Oh, good. So they got their time back then, barbecue.
Yeah, that
and
speaks.
I don't know about any of this. I don't know if any of this is true, is factual. I don't think it should even be being talked about, but
mounds to me. And then, all of the YouTube lives that were going on. I mean, there was like a very intense maybe month out of like the last 160 whatever days it is. I apologize, I don't know exactly, but there was a very intense month. Every night there was a
little bit more background. Barbecue and Tammy V actually have met Seth. They went to Tennessee and took Seth to lunch, and he ordered that extra meal and took it with him, and it's a whole. But they actually had met Seth. They actually were down there searching, whatever you looking. But
live every night there was a YouTube. There was this Cash App, Venmo,
that's true.
GoFundMe, and I just felt like the one live that Pascal was on, I said, or like, because at first I was like, man, are these YouTubers taking advantage of people, or what's going on? And then the more time progressed, I really thought that the dad was allegedly, in my opinion, taking advantage of this situation for a money grab. And it's not something that's not conceivable. It's not like it's never happened before, but I feel like it really pushed.
And I'm sure she's not the only one that had those thoughts. Hey, nope, today. Nope, not today. Hey, cupcakes.
The buttons, and I feel like that's where the hate came from Tony.
Yeah, he has been.
I know that he went after YouTubers, and my name was on that list. I know he specifically said, dig up dirt on her. We want to take her down.
I was one of them he asked, yes.
Yeah, and
So
that's
I can vouch for that.
Now, Henrietta is under a different name, but she would often be on panel with the whole 2 a.m. crew. She was one of Tony's soldiers. Was. Apparently now.
No.
That was one of the red flags that I got, because here I am.
Now, that's Shane talking, the retired canine police officer.
He wanted me to do some things, and I'm thinking to myself, you're out here throwing rocks, and you should, that, you know, I would expect that from some of the spectators,
Mm-hmm.
but I sure as the hell wouldn't have expected that coming from him in the situation where he's representing the father of a missing child. I'm like, and then with you, I'm thankful that you put that phone call out there, because that was
Well,
a whole eye opener.
Well, I was actually on live.
Mm-hmm.
I was on a live on my iPad, and somebody had messaged me, which I'm not going to divulge the source at this moment.
Nor
They had
should you.
messaged me. Yeah. Well, you know, I've been accused of that before. Like, oh, you got to put your source out. No, I don't.
No, you
But
don't.
I got a text message that Tony, Chase, and Ocean were on the phone the other day, and they were talking shit about my daughter.
Hey, Mom of Swifty.
And they were saying, like, my house.
Hey, the Runway Truth. Hey, Mom of Swifty. Hey, Michelle. So I wonder if he got fired or he quit. Well, they have a union, so there are steps. I used to be chief steward, and then it was president of the union. It's a night. I'll never do it again. What a nightmare that was. A lot of work. But there's steps you have to take. They most likely, if it's true, they would most likely just agree on a permanent solution. An easy separation, let's put it that way. I don't know if it's true or not.
Is full of dog shit and piss, and so is my yard. So I said, I'll show my house. Who cares if I live in a trailer? And I have. I like the quote,
I'd
the
be
innuendos that I say about my puppy mill, and I work paycheck to paycheck, and all these little things that they've said about
Well,
me.
probably because he wouldn't go back to work. I don't know. I look, if his injury was under comp, you're not, especially with a union, you're not getting rid of someone out on a legit comp claim, who just had surgery. However, if he has been cleared to go back to work and has not went back to work, that's a whole nother issue. That's a whole nother situation. I don't know.
And so
But even under the family leave bill, there's only so much time you can take off work. I mean, it is what it is. It's a job. They have to have somebody working. Somebody has to do your job. So if you're not going to come back, they have to replace you. It's a jail. They need their guards. They're already shorthanded. So, and they're not going to be paying a ton of overtime out. Okay. Just no. So I have no idea.
in that moment that I knew they were on a phone call, well, that I was told they were, I didn't know they were on a phone call, but I was told that
That's
they were
okay,
on a phone
Senator
call
Mimi.
talking all this
I'm always behind. Hey, Teresa.
shit. So I sent Tony a message and I said, I don't even remember what I said exactly. I have it in my phone, but not even like a minute and a half later, I'm on live and he calls me and I was gonna,
You
like,
can't
I was
see
hosting
or
the
hear
live.
anything? Oh, did you try to go out, Elsie, and come back in? Somebody type that in chat. Maybe if she goes out and comes back in, I don't know. YouTube's been acting wanky.
I could have hung up the live, but instead I just turned the volume down to my iPad and I took the phone call because at that point they've already doxed me. They've showed my business on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they've tried to come up.
And yeah, that's true. They did all that. They went after her daughter. They went after her business. They went after her. They even dug up her biological family, who she has nothing to do with good reason. I mean, the girl, what was done to her was horrific. Not my story to tell. She came up on my panel that one day. You'll
up with
hear it.
fabricated lies of stuff that they think they know that they got from fake Facebook pages of people that really don't know me. So
Mhm.
at this point, by them just saying my first name, I mean, at the end of the day, like, what's the end goal here? Like, what are you trying to accomplish? Like, trying to accomplish pushing everybody away that might be preventing Seth from collecting more money or selling T-shirts. I don't know. Like, that was just my perception.
Barbecue lady, let me tell you this. If you have any proof that can show that what he has done has caused you to lose business, I would go after him. I would sue him
Well,
into the wall.
I already sent him a cease and desist, and I have obviously, like, there's people eyes and ears everywhere.
That just goes to show you. Tony got a cease and desist, but yet he called her. Make sense?
This app is full of great, amazing people that hold true to their own morals and values. And I sent him a cease and desist, and he actually wrote me back and said he didn't care about my Office Max home cease and desist letter, and then proceeded with a bunch of threats.
Exactly.
And so my attorney does have that. It's a matter of, do I really want to take money out of my kid's mouth to go after a piece of shit who bought their house for $80,000 and thinks because they have a little boat ramp to their house? You know, I mean,
Right.
I got everything on him.
Look,
But
Barbecue, in the end, make him pay for your legal fees because he's
No, I
in the
know that.
wrong.
A Barbecue, it's cease and desist. It's just that's all it is. It's a letter. Is it would the place it's going to cost you money? It's the
Now that's Delta talking. He is the alleged semi-retired defense attorney / repo man.
for a fact.
Yeah.
Are you willing to spend that money? Is he worth it?
Nope.
Dude, he's not worth the shit that I flushed down the toilet.
Barbecue, there was no reason for him to talk to you the way he did.
No,
on that phone
absolutely
call.
not. Absolutely not.
He didn't know that he was live on. He didn't know I was live. I'm assuming. I'm just,
That's the best part. That's
I want to tell you,
you did
I
the
want to,
best thing by accepting that call. That way, everybody got to hear the real him.
yeah, I was absolutely flabbergasted when I heard that conversation. And
They were flabbergasted over that conversation, but that was nothing compared to the live that these guys, these four, not Barbecue, she was no part of it. These four, Kayla Ray, Shane, Delta, and Henrietta, did, and the vile, nasty things they were saying about Savage and Queen, and even JLR, and a few others, and some TikTokers. That call was nothing compared to what was said on that live, and that was Tony. Hey, Petty Crocker. So yeah, bullshit, y'all, bullshit.
you know,
And to the point where he sits there and he's like, "Oh, you're trailer trash. You can't even get a man." I just broke up with my ex in the past year, and I don't need to jump from relationship to relationship. But who says that somebody has to be in a relationship to be happy?
That's right.
Like,
You know,
you can't even get a man. I can get any man I want. I can go have
Right.
a one night
It's a matter
stand.
of
I can be in
wanting
a
'em.
years long. I'm content right now with where I'm at in my life. I'm focused on my business, making sure my daughter gets my only under adult age daughter gets through her last year of school. My dogs, my puppy mill, all that stuff. Like, I have things.
Yeah, Tony told everybody she runs a puppy mill, but she don't. She has 3 of them little miniature bulldogs. What are they called? Frenchies. And yeah, she's bred. One just had puppies, so Tony told everybody she was a puppy mill.
Off of TikTok that are my responsibility, and he is a foul human being, and I feel bad for his wife, or his wife is just as sick as he
No,
is.
we don't need to go there.
and you had him. I gotta tell you, I'm proud of you. You stood up with him. You went deep. I mean, you gave it right back. You had him on the ropes to where he ended up having to do high school insults.
Yeah, he went to meltdown mode real
He
quick.
lost his shit.
That's
Yeah.
that's because you exposed the true Tony.
And Barbecue, I'm proud of you. You stood up to him because that's what he wants. He wants to belittle women, and you stood right up to him.
See, the thing about it is I already went through a really, really, really bad
Okay, we don't need to hear that.
and that really gave me the thick skin and the bitchiness and something that shitty. It just changes you, and
It does, and then it makes people like Tony.
Anybody talk to me like that? Like, I mean, nobody is going to talk to me like that. I don't care who you come across abrasive, want to sit here and they're out for blood. Share straight up lies. Like,
But then say everybody else is nasty.
And
yeah,
say something too. With that being said,
I don't know Sweetie Cakes. I don't know anything about her.
one of the reasons why, like, he says that I can't be trusted, but because now I talk to you, Barbecue, or I talk to some others, when I believe that at the center of this, I see him being the problem. Now,
for sure.
have we all been guilty of throwing rocks? Absolutely. But
100%.
us smart ones
Oh no, honey. Y'all didn't just throw rocks. You threw freaking boulders. All right. And now you want to act like you didn't do anything and everything's cool. Because now you don't like Tony. But you were okay doing the dirt and throwing them boulders. Yeah. No. That's a no for me.
know that, hey, wait a minute, we need to step back a minute and come forward. And that's what I did. When I came into your live, the way you treated me was absolutely what I was happy that you did, because I was waiting to see if you were going.
Man, I wanted that live and I didn't get it. I thought it recorded, but it didn't. But I'm going to message Barbecue and see if she'll share it. She's usually pretty good about that stuff. I want to know what made them all of a sudden change
To treat me the way Tony and some of his
What do you want, Duke?
cronies do.
You want in, Duke?
with the other side, and you didn't.
Sir Duke, do you want in?
And I'm sitting here thinking, this is a platform where people need to be.
Go ahead, baby.
And if everybody would get
Go ahead.
along and didn't have people like Tony out there throwing rocks, or people that are dumb enough to stand up for him. I'm not saying don't stand up for Seth. I said Tony.
Right.
TikTok Tony.
But at the end of the day, just stand.
From my understanding, IBL, what the hell was that? Must have been a damn frog up on the spout again. Jesus, them things are so big and they're so... When they hit the rain spout, it makes them sound like somebody threw something. They're so damn big. From my understanding, I don't know if Nonsense is still here or not, but she made it. My understanding is through Pascal.
Stand up for what's right, no matter who it is.
Hey, Mimi.
Barbecue.
Yeah.
Bullhorn was on her.
Oh no, he still has a couple of his TikTokers, his hardcore like Cajun, Beach, Chasing Crime, Ocean. From my understanding, that could change. That could have changed. They changed like quicker than the weather.
A little bit ago, going on was on her. Barbecue.
Yeah.
Bullhorn was on her YT a little bit ago, going on about this protest, but it's not a protest now. Kayla, what is it called?
It's a gathering of voices.
Wait a minute. Who was it? Bullhorn Betty?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
wow, because the live I saw her on before that was totally not what she said.
I lost all respect for Bullhorn Betty when she basically wished bad things to happen to people's children and grandchildren.
Yep.
And then the next one was...
You don't have frogs? I don't mind the frogs. Sometimes they scare me. It's the damn palmetto bugs. I can't, man. I can't with them freaking things. They terrify me. They are nothing but cockroaches on triple steroids. And them fuckers fly. I hate them things. And I'm over the snakes. I am so over the snakes. If it wasn't so hot this week, I probably would have begged my husband to fill in the pool just so I wouldn't have to deal with another snake ever again. But we still got a bucket of tadpoles. My good friend has a turtle pond and she has turtles. You know those little turtles that you buy in a pet store? Okay, how many of your kids had them little turtles but them suckers never survived? These things survived. They grew. They are huge. You'd never know that those were the same little ass turtles from the pet store. And she's had them for years, but she said I can bring the tadpoles and drop them in there. I don't know though, because I don't want the turtles to eat them. I still think I'm going to take them down to the thing. I just keep forgetting. I've been so busy, I keep forgetting to do it. If these tadpoles die, I'm going to be, oh my lord. I'm going to have 100 freaking funerals. Oh, and they're going to really be mad at me, so I have got to get them down there tomorrow. I've got to make time. Locusts. Ugh, we have big ones. They are huge. The grasshoppers down here. I never seen a grasshopper so freaking big. When I was a kid up north, we caught grasshoppers all the time. They were little. These fuckers are huge. Must be red-eared sliders. We had one for years. I don't know what they are. All I know is they're little turtles that you can get in the pet store. And they ended up building this whole freaking pond thing for them. And these things, the turtles live good. They live good. I feed them all the time. She yells at me for overfeeding them. But I give them treats.
She was talking about a woman who had been assaulted.
But they live in the water. They stay in the water. They're not the kind that come out that, burrow in the underground. These ones need to be in the water. Hey, T-Pac, good to see you.
And she said, well, you just got to keep your legs closed and don't blame other people. And I was like, this woman is crazy.
Yep. She did,
yeah.
She did.
Yeah, Betty did say that.
Yes, she did. And yep. And that's where I lost her too. I've been saying it all along.
They no longer support Betty either. It didn't take them long to see what Betty was really about, did it?
All team Bighorn Betty until I saw a few of those episodes and I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah. Barbecue on that.
Not wait a minute. I tried to tell y'all. I tried to tell you from the get-go about Betty. I sent Steven and Tammy and Barbecue some of Betty's famous clips. Some of her most famous rants. So don't tell me y'all didn't know. You didn't care to know.
She was consistently sharing Seth's Cash App.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I hate to say this like this.
Hey, Truth Seeker.
Because, I don't want anybody to think I'm being accusatory. But again, if you're thinking like anything is possible at this point, before she went down to Hendersonville, she was sharing her own Cash App or PayPal or whatever and said, oh, yeah, you want to donate something for Seth for, I don't remember, maybe it was Father's Day or his birthday or something, just send it to me. And it's like, are you willing to slap your screenshots of your PayPal and Cash App or whatever up there? Because like, who are we to say that money really went what it was intended for?
Okay, and that is true. Betty was doing that. As a matter of fact, Betty even posted her own typed out receipts claiming that this is a donation that came in and this is what she's going to send to Seth, blah, blah, blah. I don't know whatever happened. I'm just saying, hey, Woodstock, what Betty had posted. So, again, this is true.
And I hate to...
That's very true.
Cajun was doing it too.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And I hate to...
Cajun was pushing that Cash App hard, Jack. Hard, too.
say that like that because it's like, you know, some people do have good intentions. Like I raised, and this is totally off subject, but like I hosted somebody on my live and we raised $1,500 for them for something.
Nice.
And then the next day they were on there bad mouthing me and someone heard them and sent it to me. And for a moment I told Tammy, I was like, well, I don't know. Let's see. Maybe it was like a misunderstanding or whatever. But
Helen, it's so good to see you in chat again. I've missed talking to you. We need to catch up, but it's good to see you around. I hope everything's good.
no, it literally fueled into this big thing where they became hateful because I wasn't sitting on their live every night listening to whatever they
Oh,
were.
and Sheila, if I could find the date on that video, because she doesn't. The one of the people I reached out to, you know which video I'm talking about, the one with Terry Lynn, John Yates. She doesn't know the titles, and I know it was a month ago. But if I could, every time I click on it, it goes too fast before I can get the date where it goes to private. But she's still gonna. I explained to her what it was, what was in it and who was on panel. So she said she's still gonna look, but she said she records everything of his, so she may have it. So I may actually have that video. And she said if she finds it, she'll send me the link. I got another follow. How am I getting followers on TikTok? What? I've never posted my own video. But okay. Anyway, hey, see Nikki. Yeah, so hopefully I'll have that video. The one with Lily Red. Now I put it in the message to her who was on it. Lily Red was on it. It's the one where they after they were done talking and exposing Terry Lynn, Jen was on it. Is when Lily Red called Heidi Fleiss and was talking to Heidi Fleiss. So I told her that part of it because that would stand out, and I explained to her what the live was about. So maybe she can find it. I hope so, because I guess John didn't put his channel back yet, so I guess he's too busy having a temper tantrum. I thought it said a month ago. Well, a month ago when I seen it, but yeah. I told her the background of the video, so, hopefully she can find it. But every time I click on it, it goes so fast I can't get the date. I even tried freezing the screen. It didn't matter. I couldn't catch it. But I want that video because after what Terry Lynn tried to privacy strike me, now I'm fucking definitely showing it. And I didn't have to blur nothing. I didn't have to do anything. YouTube sided with me in your face.
We're talking about, and I'm like, I have my own platform. I have my own people that I've made friends with, people that I've met personally and connected with, and then there's people that I'm like, you know what? If you're gonna go sit there and talk shit after
makes you doubt yourself to help anybody else.
You're right.
Because that'll be your first instinct from then on. Bullhorn Betty.
Bullhorn Betty.
She blocked me too, and for a while, like these people.
Wait,
like,
Delta, you're blocked?
Which one?
You were her newest buddy in her chat. She would even shout you out in chat, Delta. And she blocked you because you said something about Tony and Seth. You know that you're not allowed to say anything about them too. Nothing.
Bullhorn Betty.
Bullhorn Betty.
She blocked me too, and for a while,
Oh, they're all blocked.
these people, like some
Hey,
of the
literally.
chatters, they were going over there saying like complete lies. They'd get.
You think he did? Do you think he did, Granny? I don't. I really don't. I think he's very much sitting back smiling on all the crap she's putting out. Yeah, Pineapple, she tried. Well, it was privacy claim. But instead of me doing what I initially wanted to do, go in and blur out that section, I was like, wait a minute. This is public info. There's no privacy issue here. It's all public info, and it's all over everywhere, not just YouTube, but everywhere. So I responded back to YouTube, and I asked them why when there wasn't a privacy issue. And I explained, I told him this was a public body cam footage video. And a public call that this person actually had on multiple channels of her own, let alone all the other channels it was on. Anyway, I explained to them, and they emailed me back, and they said they reviewed it, and there was no issue, and that's it. I didn't have to do anything. They never took my video down or anything like that. But I didn't want to, yeah, I could have went in and blurred it, but why? I didn't do anything wrong. I made sure. Before I even did that live because I know how Terry Lynn is. Nice try, Terry. Wrong move.
To stir up trouble. And I'm like, I never said that. Like, she'd message
And now
me.
that just makes me even more want to find that damn video. In fact, I'm even considering reaching out to to people that I'd never ever speak to. But, sometimes you got to just swallow it, to get the video. Because apparently John's thrown a real temper tantrum and hasn't put his channel back yet. He's hit everything. He does it. He just did this in March. I mean, he does it like on a regular basis, I don't know how he keeps subscribers.
Like, if I said something, I'll be the first to say, like, yeah, I said that.
Okay.
Acted irrationally or something like. I don't know. Things just kind of took a turn, and you just start to see people for their true colors. And when you hear things, and you're like, no, I'm not going to align myself with anything like that.
Yeah, that's how it happened with me. I thought I was doing good, and then everything got chaotic. And
okay, you thought you was doing good when this man you've never met in life, just talked to, is having you dig up dirt, dox people, harass people, go at their families, go with their kids, go with their business, go with everything, their whole entire lives. You didn't see an issue with any of that. You were happy to sit there and go along and do all that. So something minor made you open your eyes when he talked worse than when he talked to Barbecue on that live. And I'm really debating whether or not I want to play that because there's a lot. It's gross. There's some gross shit said. But I can always bleep through it.
And then now we're here. At least my eyes were finally open to the bullshit. I'm very thankful for that.
I will tell you, my mods.
Oh, I know. I'm getting messages from them. They got your back. Don't worry.
And that's.
Yeah, I don't even bother to try. Hey, Death Grips. I don't even bother to try it, Betty's. But don't worry. She had something to say too today. Wait till you see it.
It's amazing to have that kind of support just because we can't be living on this app 24/7 and know everyone who's talking smack or, talking misinformation.
Okay, I'm fast forwarding through this. Give me the other stuff. I don't care about
like
this.
off this app because like what's going on off of it versus for an audience.
Right.
I mean, I know there's an audience here now. I mean, whatever, but it's like I've had there's way too many.
You only had 101 in chat. I was kind of surprised the number was that low, to be honest with you, but it says your number right up there, 101. And it says you got 1.8K likes. So people are bouncing. Actually, on TikTok, you just scroll past and you get one. You don't even have to go in. It's weird.
People on this app that actually have my phone number now, not whatever, but had somebody call my phone and call me the N-word the other day. And then came in my live.
Oh my God, are you serious?
He needs to grow up.
He and then he came in my live. So Tony has that Harley guy account.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I think that Seth made it initially because there were conversations that I believe did come from Seth. And then Tony basically probably told him, like,
okay, what she's talking about that, I played that in a live a couple of weeks ago. Tammy V and Barbecue thought that the Harley account was Seth. So they wanted to find out. Now, as I told you, there was only 3 people that could answer the questions that they asked him. Tammy V, Barbecue, and Seth. So if the person that had that account could answer, because the only 3 people at that lunch were them. They they didn't record the lunch or stream it. They didn't show it. So how would that person have known to answer the specific questions about where they were sitting, where they sat in the restaurant if they weren't there? And what was ordered? Because no one knew that Seth ordered a meal to go besides his lunch. He ordered another whole meal to go. So, I don't know. Hey, Jody.
We're going to cover for you. Don't get back on it. I'll take it over. And he came in my live and he was talking about my mom. Like, oh, yeah, you're just mad because your mom and you got what you got coming from your mom and aunt. And then he said,
Oh,
I hope you got.
For him to go in her live and say you got what you had coming from your biological mother and your biological aunt, this girl, what was done to her because of her biological mother? Wow. And Tony was aware of it. And for him to say that stuff, because he's the one that had them go dig up everything, and Jason was too happy to let her biological mother and her aunt up on panel in a box. And the stuff they said, I won't play it because it's not my story to tell, and I don't think that stuff should have ever been played. I did, however, play Salty Lunatic's video because it didn't give there was stuff said that shouldn't have been said, period, ever. Gross.
I'm just checking to make sure you got my phone call earlier. And I'm like, you're calling my business phone number, first of all, because nobody has my cell phone number. I mean, you want to call my business line, whatever. I'm not going to be harassed on my personal phone number. But literally it was like, is this Barbecue Lady? Nobody's going to call my business phone and ask me if I'm Barbecue Lady. And I said, in a split second, I was like, okay, I'm only Barbecue Lady on TikTok. This has to be generated from TikTok. So I'm going to say no. So I said no. And they're like, da-da-da, fuck you, the N-word, and then hung up. And I was
and off topic, by the way, guys. If you haven't, after this live, if you haven't checked out Savage and Val's live from this morning, I laughed so damn hard I about pissed my pants. And it was just all in fun and jokes. None of it was, to really cause any damage or anything. It was, it was just them doing their satire, their comedy. It's really good. Guys, you got to check it out. Pineapple got some good videos out. One of the best clip channels out here. Kodo has done amazing. You see these videos, they're factual. They're not going to put out crap. Literally, Davis is nailing it with her videos. Clipper's doing it. Lippy. We got some good clip channels.
It's like, what in the hell is wrong?
Y'all can
with
share
you?
their
And let
links
me
if you
just
want
tell
to. You can put all their links in.
If Tony did have somebody call or that was a generated messages.
Oh, my links?
Generated message. And he obviously knew about it because he sent me a message.
I don't know if I can.
Asking
I'll try.
me if I got the call. He has a biracial daughter that he adopted. And how fucking dare he?
Heidi,
somebody calling.
hang on for just a second, ladies. Heidi, do you know that to be a fact? Barbecue, look what Heidi just said.
No, I believe that.
What
Listen,
okay.
I don't care who talks to who, okay? I just want to clarify this, and this is the last time I'm going to say this. I have seen my mother in person. She lives like 12 hours away from me. I have seen her 4 times in 40 years. I don't think she knows me. Okay? So, conjured up bullshit stories of what people think and her stalking me. I've had to block her on my Facebook, my business page, both of her accounts on TikTok over the years. I want nothing to do with her. She definitely went to jail. Her boyfriend definitely
I can't
abused
find
me,
the freaking
molested
link.
me, all that shit, period, end of story. She doesn't want to admit it because she thinks, I don't know, maybe it'll get out around her town and people will start to find out who she really is. I don't know, nor do I give a fuck. I will never go to her funeral. I will never talk to her another day in my life. I will never talk to my aunt, and I will never talk to anyone on that side of the family. My grandmother passed away a few years ago. She literally wanted to talk to me on the phone before she died, and she died the next day.
Damn.
And literally, she is the one that called the police on my mother, and they took me out of my mom's house.
Thank you,
So if
T.
anybody saved me, it was my grandmother. Those other 2 pieces of shit, they
Thank
can
you,
rot in
Helen.
hell for all I care.
But Phoenix investigates. Somebody needs to block her.
I already did.
Yeah, and let me get this
Oh,
straight, bro.
Pineapple, take your time because you put out some good videos. You really do. You nail it.
So
She stalks me. She's the one
And
that
you know who
doxed
else
me
I
too.
like? Even though I'm not real. Hey, Lippy. Yes, please put Lippy's link into. Another one who's really talented is Mr. Nobody. I like his channel too.
So somebody called your
That's how you
phone,
get in there.
called you the N-word, right?
Yep.
And then Tony called you to confirm that you got that call?
No, he came in my live under the Harley Guy account, which has Sebastian's flyer. And
Okay, wait a minute. So, according to her, allegedly, even though Tammy V and Barbecue pretty much proved, yeah, Kodo's done fantastic. I've always been a big fan of Kodo's. Kodo will always have receipts. So, I mean, we got some really good clip channels. We're lucky. Anyone who follows the crowd's agenda and lies to fit in is a piece of shit to me. Amen. That's what I mean. They have the nerve. But they were okay with doing all the crap. Lucky Luke Coco too. Oh, the names. Yeah. He's still saying that he's a semi-retired defense attorney. Yeah, he's still saying it. But he's no longer Seth and Tony's attorney. He don't like them anymore. And he don't like BHB, and she blocked him in chat. And Betty was trying to pick his brain for her lawsuit. Because, Betty thinks he's a real lawyer. Like she thinks she's a real lawyer. So, yeah, needless to say, she's not going to be shouting out Delta in her chat no more. They running out of people. But as far as I know, I have not seen, but I have not looked since last night. And that's how quick things change over there. As far as I know, Ocean, Chasing Crime, Beach, Cajun are still with Tony. Chasing is the one who had the live where Barbecue's biological mother and aunt was brought up and put on panel. We call panel, they call it a box. Thank you, Maud. You're awesome. Thank you all. T. Marie, Helen, everybody. Thank you, Sheila, everybody. And guys, do me a favor. Don't forget to hit that like. If you're not sub on up. I'm getting there to 3K. I am getting closer and closer. Also, we have memberships, and you can be the best misfit, the coolest misfit on the YouTube streets. Yeah, I don't know how I did. I don't even know how I found it, to be honest with you. It was totally by mistake. Because I don't even do the TikTok. I couldn't tell you. I'm learning about TikTok just from these couple, and like I said, I shared stuff just to put fluff on my channel so that because they were checking everybody that they didn't recognize names. And I'm blocked. I actually created 2 TikToks. I did it for the first time. What the hell was that? An ant? Oh, lovely. Yuck. I'm not afraid of you, though. You're not a pimento bug. Anyway, I actually created a second account for TikTok because Cajun blocks everybody. So I started putting, and they look to see what's on your channel. So, of course, I care about the missing. Of course, I shared any of those I came across. And a couple other creators' videos that then I realized some dumb move. They don't like them creators. But mostly there's just dance videos and singing videos, and, that other just repost, Didn't matter. I got blocked anyway. Then I couldn't remember how to get out of that damn account. So that's why I never do more than one account. I just used my regular email and my channel email. I mean, I wasn't bold. I didn't go create anything different because I'd really be confused. My little boy keeps taking my little tablet that has all my passwords and stuff in it.
And so initially, the conversation that I had privately with that account, Seth admitted that it was him in the text. I still have the whole thread. And then I was told by other people that were in that group chat or group that had stepped away that, yes, Tony did take over that account and he was the one coming in the lives.
Okay, hold on. I have a question. Did Seth know that Tony did that?
Which part?
Anything that's being put out to you derogatory?
I don't know.
Okay.
I do know that I did message Seth and asked if I could speak with him privately. And then, minutes later.
Parrots? Oh, put her link in the chat. What's her channel called? She has parrots? I want to see. Lucky Blue. Let me get your channel link. I subbed. I love me some parrots. I love birds. I'd take my neighbors if it wasn't for my Duke. My Sir Duke, couldn't do that. But she has that, it's a big parrot, very colorful. What's it called? A mau or something like that? A macaw or something like that. Beautiful bird. But it does like the nip. It will bite you. Because she just didn't have the time to give the bird because of working all the time. And, beautiful bird. But she's trying to rehome. I want her. Yeah, macaw. That's it. Hey, Cassie. I want. And I think if you just spend time, work with her, you'll get her past the biting part when she can trust you and not be scared. If I can tame a damn wild squirrel and wild birds, I mean, turkeys come up and eat out of my hand. They bring their babies to me. Cardinals will sit on my shoulder. I think I could eventually tame that bird, hopefully. I'll just buy some thick gloves so when it bites, it won't hurt so bad. But I'm afraid what my cat would do to the bird. I mean, he goes nuts when the squirrels climb on the screened in room. Thank you, Sheila. But now I keep thinking about it. Now I want to go get the bird. See? I know if no one takes that bird, I know I'm going to end up with it. Lord help me.
Minutes later, I got a text message from Tony.
Hey.
Basically, threatening me. I'd have to pull the text up and read it verbatim, but there were 3 threats of text messages, keep it up, and there'll be more coming, more to pay, or whatever he said, something along those lines. But
TikTok, Tony.
I'm going to, Granny. I'm trying to talk myself out of it for the last 2 weeks. But the longer that nobody steps up, I feel bad. Sir Duke, yeah, he would. He would try. That bird would probably bite his head off, but the bird's big. It's beautiful, though.
TikTok Tony's more trash than I realized.
I mean,
Yeah,
Mm.
no kidding.
I'll pull him up. Let me go screenshot him. I'll be right back.
All right.
More than you realized. So from the get go, you knew he was, but you were okay with that. And you were okay with sitting beside him and participating in all the crap that he's done. Because, see, he would go to TikTok and do his talking and his dirt and do it late at night, thinking he wouldn't be caught. But see, there's people like me that sometimes have a hard time sleeping. And I think that was one of those nights. And I accidentally found it. I wasn't not, yeah, it was a total accident. But it kicked off a whole shit show. And thank God other people stepped in and helped record it because you guys were just putting so much out. You couldn't keep up. But yeah. Don't worry. I have one of your nastiest, vilest, disgusting lives I've ever heard anywhere. I have it. I've not played it, but I have it. Might have to play a little bit of that to remind people just who you guys are too.
Wow.
That poor
Wow.
girl.
Wow.
Hey, Kim.
And
So how was your night?
Cajun and all them want to back that sorry piece of shit.
Barbecue, I don't know if you can hear me, but the only reason I brought up what Heidi said, in case you weren't aware, that was the only reason I apologized to you.
So, there we go. So this
Hang
is
on,
You
I'm
didn't
the.
just
get
trying to make
nothing?
you bigger.
I'm sorry.
You got to be hungry.
So
What
this
do you
is
mean
the
you didn't
cease
have
and
time?
desist, and down at the bottom, he's like, "I'm actually going to file
Oh.
a suit against you and make you pay to defend it. Don't even care if I win. Screw filing a cease and desist. Waste of time."
Hey, I did the easy dinner today. I made cheeseburgers and french fries. I did the easy dinner. And the kids were thrilled.
So there was that one, and then this was the other one, which
Helen, can you believe my baby girl is going to be an old lady? She told me today that since she's going to be 9, she thinks she should be allowed to stay up till 9 o'clock on school nights because she should be able to stay up because she's 9. And she's pretty much grown now. Yeah, she was trying to talk me into it. You made a kid. Ooh, those are good. Now y'all making me hungry again. All I ate today was a half a burger and a handful of fries. I fed the other half to my dog. He looked hungry and he didn't want dog food. So I gave him my food. Oh, leftovers are good too, Lippy. See, y'all making me hungry, see? Smart girl, yeah, she thinks she is. A little smart mouth. Oh, the attitude. And what a little diva. And oh, her favorite pair of earrings broke. She's had them they were cheap, but she's had them for like 3 years. This girl is fantastic with her jewelry. She does not lose her jewelry. She does not lose her earrings. And if she lost one, she must have cried for hours. She's very good about that stuff. Hell, I'm an adult and I still lose earrings. She'll lose a back, but I get her the rubber one. So anyway, hey Joe, good to see you. Yeah, that's what I made for dinner. I did the lazy pizza in the air fryer. Oh, I miss my air fryer. It died. It went to air fryer heaven. I miss it. Oh, I used the heck out of that thing. Kim just turned double digits. Oh no. Teenage years. Get her a nameplate necklace. Oh yeah. Maybe I will for her birthday. But so I'm going on Amazon and I'm gonna find her. They sell sets of earrings. But those were her magic unicorns. And she's had them forever. And it broke her heart. And you can't fix it. You going into Poland?
if you look at the very top, I have him saved as.
So I'm gonna go searching and see what I find. Oh, you don't have to do that, Helen. But I'm still pissed at the school. How dare they start school around? You do not start school around birthdays, right? And I'm still pissed at this list that's bigger than my freaking couch that these kids don't use half of that stuff. But I still went out and bought it all. I mean, what are you going to do? Yeah, I still have to send it. Anyway, enough of my bitching.
Tony, allegedly with the little eggplant, that's what he's in my phone as.
Did you catch that? Did y'all catch what she lists Tony in her phone as?
Damn, Tony. So I'm not the only one that's got an eggplant for your.
No.
But he said, I don't give a shit about your phony Office Depot cease and desist. I quit speaking about you because I told you I would, which he doesn't. He talks about me in the
He never stopped talking about her. Ever. Not once.
comments with little Indian
Yeah,
innuendos, like asking Ocean and Chase and whoever else was in their live the other day, like, oh, are you sure you don't have a puppy mill, Ocean? Like everybody knows if someone's gonna say about a puppy mill, they're taking a fucking jab at me.
Right.
Anyway, if you want to start this game with me again, that keep mentioning my names. There's a lot more info out there. What happened in your childhood is sickening. No one should ever have to go through that. The man should be put down. Take the experience and use it for good, which that second part was whatever. But I just think that was him trying to smooth it over.
Right, exactly.
And then like 2 weeks later, he said, this is your last friendly warning. So this is after I messaged Seth and I said, hey, would you mind having a phone call with me? It was there was nothing wrong with it at all. And minutes later, he said, this is your last friendly warning. If you continue to mention my name when I haven't mentioned yours, your feelings will be hurt to a point you won't soon recover. I told you in a friendly way that only a tiny part of your checkered past has been revealed. Allow me to focus on helping a grieving father, or force me to put you firmly in your place. Your choice.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I always have receipts.
Yeah, that I will say about barbecue.
Wow.
Well, I will say this, that if Seth knows about these phone calls and any of this stuff.
Now, mind you, this is all over her saying, hey, Wishful. Hey, Layla, I think I said hi, but hey, Cricket Day. This is all over her saying, in her opinion, she thought Seth was, well, I'll use our words, doing a money grab. Okay. She didn't think it was right the way they were pushing and hammering the Cash App. Making you drool. No, Brittany, they wouldn't. The K9 guy called him Tik Tok earlier. Yeah. Yeah, they don't like him anymore. And Shane has admitted, and he's the supposed retired K9 officer, he has admitted that Tony had asked him to do things, and there was things he did do, and then there was things that he questioned and, according to him, didn't do. All I know is there was a list, and they had the information, all of it. So there's that. And Tony was well aware. He was actually a part of that live, and he was also well aware of what they were doing. There's messages to prove that Tony was in on all of it.
That he's doing.
I don't think he does.
I don't think he does either. But if he does, then he's no better than TikTok Tony.
Right.
Exactly. I mean, I want to try to give him the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? By just saying, like, hold on 1 second.
Right.
Hey, can I have a pack of Newport shorts off pack? Thanks. How much? All right, just throw the change in there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely, Brooks. That's part of my.
I'm going to play you guys a little bit of a live. There's parts I won't play because it got that bad. And Tony was instrumental in all of it.
Problem with him. In fact, it's a major problem with him.
I don't think that like anybody.
Can you speak?
Let me just say, how do I say this politely?
Oh, it's YouTube now.
I don't think that Seth really has any good, morally good people in his life. I don't want to say it like that because I feel bad. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I feel bad that someone is gone through something so devastating and just doesn't have anyone to trust because he can't trust Tony. He's probably trusting Tony because he's here. You know, he's in it.
Right. How do you know how he got involved in it? Who was it that introduced Tony? It was Pascal?
Yeah, Pascal had worked with
Michelle.
Caleb Harris's father on the show. And
there's no way Seth is blind to the things Tony does. Sorry. I don't believe that he is. Maybe some of it in the beginning, but no. I just don't understand it. I just don't understand the need to surround yourself with people like the likes of Tony or BHB or Brittany J. I don't get it. There's lots of channels you could go to, or Smiley's World, or any of them. Spanky, any of them. There's really good, reputable channels out there. And I just, hey, Lurker.
I guess link them up together.
Okay. I was wondering how that came about.
I really wish Seth could just work with someone like Steven, local, you know?
Right. That's there. They could help search. They could go to the places.
Yeah, I do too, Lucky.
He should have just kept with his private investigators.
The first two?
But the thing is he doesn't have to. There's far bigger channels, and I'm sorry, a lot of people like the lab. I don't. I think he sucks. I think he's a piece of shit. Stay with the glare, dude. There's big channels that reach far more viewers that would keep his son's picture out there without all the drama. I don't know.
No, because initially he said he had 4 in the beginning, but I'm talking about Heather and Chloe, but I don't know what that situation's like, nor can I speak on that, but.
Weren't they the first 2 barbecue?
No, because in the beginning he said he had 4 private investigators. This was way in the beginning. He said he had 4 PIs.
Now, my question to that is: were these 4 licensed private?
We don't even know who they were.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We don't even know if that was the truth.
Right.
Okay.
Because really, the first time we actually heard about anything on the news was when Heather came on board with Chloe.
Right.
Because there was a big announcement then. It was like he hires 2 private investigators. You know, it was a big thing.
I do wish.
But he didn't. One worked for free, and the other one did for a minute, and then he did put up a small retainer and did not refill the retainer. We don't know who he's using now. Whatever. I don't. That was a whole shit show too. Like I said, there's just been so much in this, and sadly, the one person it should be about is lost in it all. It's about a 15-year-old It's about a boy, a human being, a child being missing who possibly ran away. We don't know. And the thing is, nobody knows. There's no evidence of anything. But yet, you people have had no problem attacking the mother of a missing child because you don't think she reacted the way you think she should. Didn't know there was a playbook that you must act a certain way.
Would have kept a lot of it off of social media. I think that's where she went wrong.
Yeah.
And Barbecue, when you went down there, did
Hey,
you meet
Brianna,
Heather
good
or
to
Chloe?
see you.
No, I did not.
He did?
They weren't on board when we went down
For
there.
how long?
They came on board after.
For how long? Because we all know by his own history, his own pattern, that as soon as they don't agree with him, or they want to do things the right way, or the retainer runs out, he doesn't refill.
Oh, okay. Now, did you get because I'm trying to I want to know the truth. Did you get accused when you were down there
It does,
of trying
Kim.
to take video of Seth?
Why else would you do it? Why else would you cause all of this chaos in your child's missing case? Why would you? And you can blame Chris and Katie all you want. They're not the ones out here going on YouTube. They're just, I don't know. I don't know. I gave up trying to understand him. All I know is I don't have no evidence that anybody did anything. I don't have any evidence that a crime's been committed. And until then, I am not about to blame or accuse any of the parents or step parent of a crime that I don't even know if there was one committed. Or the in-laws or the grandparents or any of them. But I don't hesitate to call Seth out on his behavior. But I've never said he did anything to his child. I wouldn't say that. But yet he has no problem sitting beside Bullhorn. And Bullhorn is going to be on his channel. She is co-hosting, apparently, if she's pushing it again. Apparently he's going to have Petito up. Yeah. Hey, Tammy. Oh. Yeah, of course. That's not going to bother me. No. Long night, huh? Uh-uh. You didn't eat nothing. You didn't have time. You can't do that, hon. Yeah.
We did get accused of that, but that whole situation was like spun out of everything. So Tammy had gotten permission to have Seth's number, like Seth gave whoever gave it to Tammy. I don't even remember where it came from. And Tammy's whole. So in the beginning, my perspective was, I can't imagine what anybody's going through. He's probably not taking care of himself. Let's just take him out, let him know that we're there to help search. If we can search it.
You know what? I'm reading the chat, and Seth's behaviors get people questioning his actions towards Sebastian. Correct. Also, I'm not placing the blame. I'm just going off Seth's actions and words. Exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't allow anybody to prop it off his back. No. No one. That's messed up. I mean, the way it's being done, that's what I mean. Why is he doing that? Why not go to channels that are reputable and wouldn't mind turning off monetization on that video? Because I'm sure they're out there. But wait, there was one I wanted to. We don't know. We do know what a circus that's created. Yeah. I wouldn't think Joe Petito. Well, according to her, that's who's going to be on there. And maybe she won't be invited up like she thinks. Oh, that might not go over well. Interesting, but I'm not going to watch. Yeah, Helen, I'm telling you what. No way. No, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. You're right. I couldn't do it. Nope. I don't care what I thought. I could not support the crap that Betty has put out. Not just Betty. Spanky, Brittany J, that thing in the wall. There's several. But there was a comment that I wanted to read. Exactly, small town girl. Good moral people do not associate with Tony or Betty. I'm really starting to believe they are in cahoots and this is a hoax. It's too much. I brought that up probably a month ago. It's not like it's not something that's done. I mean, we all know it's been done. And it could be a possibility. We don't know. Hey, Debbie Doodles, the thing is, we don't know. And I can't sit up here and say, like Betty and them, 100% certainty, because that's a lie. And it's not unheard of. Exactly, see, Nikki. Yeah, there's no way I would let the things happen that have. No, that's why when our nephew went missing, we didn't go to social media. Yeah, there's a lot said, but nothing much is factually known. Exactly. Could that be where the money is going to? I don't know. I know he's getting a lot of it. Hey, Criminology. Cool name. Oh, well, did I miss something with Tammy? Wait a minute. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Tammy. That's a club that we should not be a part of. I lost my son when he was 23. Okay.
Anywhere in particular. Let him have a good meal. Get him some nourishment. I'm a foodie. I feed people. Like, I think differently than other people. Like, I don't know. That was just my perspective. And Tammy's perspective
Hey, let me tell you something. The dude gets taken out to meals a lot. You know? I mean, hey. It seems like everybody he meets up with takes him out for a meal. That's pretty good. That's pretty clever.
She had helped with the search for Riley Strain, and she wanted to kind of go over some bullet points of what should be done. Like, Seth should not be, like, Tammy's literally the first person that recommended Tony getting someone to, for Seth to get a spokesperson, because she was referencing about how Riley Strain's family member was their spokesperson, and he was the only person to come out with information, and it was factual. You know what I mean? Like, he basically was the go-to person for info. And Seth didn't have that. He had chaos. I mean, he should not have had to be the spokesperson for himself. I get it that.
Yeah. He claims he wasn't there. Brooks is not is not credible. I mean, her fake neighbor, which was nobody but a sub in a chatter, Mark W, was not a neighbor of Chris and Katie's. And I know for a fact it wasn't. I know that voice. But she's not the most reliable. But would I doubt it? No.
Probably parents, would want to be out there pleading to the news and all that stuff. But, like, I feel like he was just kind of.
Yeah, that's what they said. They said he didn't even go to CrimeCon. So, I don't know. Oh, Tammy, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss. Your losses? Wow.
wearing himself down really fast, and someone what should have stepped in to help him. So Tammy was like, I'll even go buy you, because they were setting up at the Rudder until the day before we went down there. And then she said, like, you know, we got flyers printed. She's like, I'll go buy you a table you can set up. People can kind of know where they should go search. Like, you should have people manning these tables,
Yes, Kim.
you know, every morning instead of you being here. Like, your focus should be where it needs to be. And that was the conversation. But when we first walked into the restaurant, mind you, no one was in the restaurant.
Oh, you're welcome.
Like,
Lucky.
not one single customer was there the whole time we were there. And when we went in there, there was this girl. I don't even know her name. You'd have to go way back on my TikToks. But she basically was like saying,
Did you
oh,
see
there's a
this
group
stuff?
of middle-aged ladies who sit on their ass and do nothing, searching for fashion, whatever she said. And I was like, first of all, who the fuck are you calling middle-aged lady? Like, you're like 20 years old sitting on your ass doing nothing. It's nobody that's even around. Like, nobody that I even know. And she started the rumor that we were trying to record him. We never said that, nor would we ever do that. Like, that's crossing the line. Like, you can't, it's just wrong. It's morally fucking wrong. So when we went in and sat down with Seth, Tammy had her work phone and her personal phone, and I had my cell phone, and we showed him our phones to let him know, like, we were there with good intentions, you know, and he in turn pulled out his wallet and slapped down his jailer badge on the table and says, I don't care.
I really don't know if Mr. Petito does much social media. I was kind of surprised to hear that. And I'm sure Tony was instrumental in on setting this up. I just don't know how much Mr. Petito actually knows. And maybe doesn't care because for him, it's just about the missing child. And he's getting to tell his daughter's story, you know. All I can tell you is I won't be watching. I refuse to. Nope. I don't sub to that channel, and it's just not my cup of tea.
I'm a whatever, and he slapped down his badge. Like, it was kind of I kind of was turned off at that moment. Like, how are you going to sit here and try to intimidate me,
Right,
with your work badge? Because I'm here trying to help you find your son. I mean, and it just kind of started from there. I'm not sure. Like, I could sit at a gas station for hours and watch people.
Yeah, curious, you did.
The badge was his jailer badge.
I just can't believe that he would have something to do with the likes of Betty. I don't know.
It was his badge from work.
That don't do him any good in the civilian world.
It was gold.
well, right.
No, he can't. His badge does not give him any jurisdiction outside of that jail.
No.
But it was intimidation. That's what it was.
True. It was played up. It really was.
So were you the one, because I've heard rumors too, and you don't have to answer, but I've heard rumors that he was making innuendos to a searcher. And I was just wondering if it was you.
I was just going to ask that.
So we had heard something. We had heard something prior to going down with somebody, but I don't know if that's true. But I will tell you, he only talked to Tammy on the phone, and Tammy did say that there was 2 like perverted like comments that were made. Like when we were trying to find the place to eat, because he said he was coming from his polygraph, the one he fell asleep at. And I can't remember what the place was because I can't pull it up on the maps. I'm not close down there, but there was like a restaurant, and it was kind of a goofy name. And he made a comment, something I forget. And then when we got to the restaurant that he picked, he had said something else to her, but she doesn't remember. I mean, this was months and months ago, but oh, there's Tammy.
You can come up if you want, Tammy. I tried to invite you, but I can't find you in the list.
I like Tammy V.
And I did kind of get like some backlash because I said our bill was $160 for 3 people at that restaurant.
Whoa.
And it wasn't anything. It wasn't like a 5-star place. It was like a little barbecue place. I was actually talking to the owner a good bit while I was there. I was letting Tammy's the one that wanted to meet with him. I wasn't there to talk to Seth per se, if that makes sense. I was there to go and search, and because we had looked at, you know, areas on the map. We had made connections down there. People were getting us in touch with owners that we could get onto people's property. Like the one property owner, which was this huge part of land at the top of the construction site, like on the other side. He gave us his entire side by side, and the like 2 other people, Rag Talks and another girl. We walked that whole mountainside, and the guy gave us his side by side and was just like, "Here's the keys." I mean, I even tried to give him money for gas, and he said, "No, like, you know, keep it, whatever." But and that was kind of like, that was just a small portion. But like, even after we got back, like even a couple weeks ago, like in the last 2 weeks, people are still saying like, "Oh, well, Chase was like, oh, they only searched for a couple hours." Like we didn't. I didn't drive 10 hours one way to go search for 2 hours.
Right. Yeah. I
We got
watched
there
you all
Tuesday
live.
night.
You did a lot.
Not that
We
it
didn't-
matters, but
We didn't search on live.
No, you didn't search
that.
on live, but when you were driving there, when you would get to your places, you guys would talk for a little bit. And,
Yeah.
And you went to this one area.
Yeah, he can't know, Curious. You're right. But yeah, they tried to turn this around and say that, you know, it was all bullshit. But Tony,
I feel like you got like shoes or something.
They said we went on a getaway, like a girls' trip. I'm like, we ate 1 meal a day. We got there Tuesday evening and we left Friday. So, I mean, we did what we could around our own work schedules. And I feel like the people that are casting the stones haven't gotten off their ass and are the ones out there spreading misinformation when they say they don't.
I was just getting ready to ask you, has Chase actually been down there?
No.
Then she needs to set the fuck down.
She is. That's all she's been doing is sitting the fuck down.
That's who had Chase is the one chasing crime who had Barbecue's biological mother and aunt up to Slam Barbecue. And Chase was well aware of the history and that it wasn't good. And, you know, what Barbecue went through as a young child. It's pretty messed up. It really is.
That was funny.
I mean, and it's not about the money, but I spent
That was a pocket
$1,500 to go
mod.
there.
Right.
I boarded my dogs, which cost me $500. We paid for a hotel. We paid for our food. We paid for Seth's dinner. My gas there and back was $500. Tammy printed flyers. We got searching stuff like compasses and whistles and some stuff we didn't even really use. But, you know, like, we didn't just go down there and go to Nashville for a bar night out. Like, we didn't even go to Nashville. We were barely even at our hotel except for the one day when it was pouring down rain. And we were brainstorming so hard to try and figure out like how to utilize our time the best. And, you know, that's kind of where it took us to go into that one house and stuff. I don't want to say a lot of it, but you know, we were looking at offenders' houses. Like, we were driving
And
by.
see, they went there and they didn't film any of it. They didn't record any of it. They didn't stream any of it. They weren't there for content. Well, they don't really do content on TikTok, though. It's weird.
By them, like seeing if we could see anything suspicious, anything that could lead us to believe that Sebastian may have been still like there and someone had taken him.
Right. When did you see that all the drama got involved?
So like the second or third day we were there, Ocean had sent me this long book. I call it a book because it was a lot. And I didn't want to read messages on TikTok while I was there. I was there.
Yeah,
for a purpose,
curious.
And
That's
I didn't have
not-
time to
yeah.
sit there and reply a book back. But when we got back, that's when like all hell
He needs to see some clips of Betty. Yeah, I agree.
broke loose. We were told we went there for clout, and followers, and we wanted clicks and views, and you know, all this stuff. And it had nothing to do with that.
Mm.
It literally had nothing to do with that at all. Like, I met Tammy as a total stranger, and you know, like, we didn't know each other. We had talked to each other for maybe like 9 days on the app.
Oh wow! Before you guys took off together?
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's just because like I trust Tammy, you know, and I just felt that, you know, if nobody would have met me there, I probably would not have gone, because like she said before, there was a lot of insinuations of threats and things like that to searchers, and Tennessee has King's Castle law, just like Pennsylvania. And that was a little deterring. Like, I had actually reached out to the sergeant at the Henderson.
I wanted to switch gears because I'm tired of listening. I think that's I want to play something real quick. Wait a minute. I want to go back. It's pissing me off. Okay. I want to. This is just a. What? That should play that. It should show up on my lives, even though it's a private. Oh my lord. Here it is. Okay. This is Stephen Crabtree, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with. Came up on panel. And he has some things to say. And then we're going to switch gears to Betty. Oh, too many tabs open. Too many tabs open. Okay. That's why Betty's shit don't run. She'll have 20 tabs open.
It took me years.
Okay, this is Stephen Crabtree on the same live. He joined and I had stopped recording, and then I noticed that he joined, and I tried to grab as much as I could.
Say I love myself, and at the end of the day, as long as I love myself and my wife loves me, and I continue, I know what I'm doing, then I
100%. Say it louder for the people in the back.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I will tell you, I find it hilarious that somebody calls somebody a narcissist and calls the kettle black, given that they hide behind women to fight their battles and then act like they are this holy grail of a person. And
he's talking about Tony.
That's what set me off about everything. And then I had seen it, already knew from the start what all of it was. When I got thrown under the fucking bus for something I did not say. It was his words, and he didn't know how to tell somebody because it would have made him look bad.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyways, all right, I'm gonna shut up about that because I'm gonna start getting heated.
No, Steven, you're fine. The one thing that I have always said that I will never understand. You were born and raised there, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So what makes no sense to me, number one, the drama, but why is there not a united force? Because at the end of the day, who best to know the lay of the land?
Right here. And this is the first time I'm saying this. It goes back to being, I've got to be the spokesperson. I'm number two. I walked into being a spokesperson for number one just because somebody was a friend of mine. I am just a crime sleuth at the end of the day that has a hobby in doing this.
Yeah, Miss Fletcher.
And he thinks that he is this whole high mighty spokesperson. And he's not. He's got a way with words and all this other shit. Do you know that Terry Lynn was standing right there outside of Red Robin when Seth tried to hand me his number the very first time? And I looked at Seth as Tony was walking to his truck. And I said, nah, man, I don't want to get involved with it like that, but I'll stay on the back end. Just know this, I'm doing everything I can to try to help, find him. Terry Lynn, well, I know this for a fact.
Brandon.
Repeat that word for word. I did not get Seth's number until later on. Tony would not give it to me. Tony did not want to give that number out. Respect.
I would love to see that, Brandon Barn. I would love to see that. I really would. Yeah, Helen has a sweet. Somebody finally got a sweet. I don't want to say ending, but you know what I mean. Happy ending, I guess, but not an ending.
Hopefully, I understand why. That is the father. I had no business. Why should I talk to him? I'm just out there trying to help. All I need to know is where to be. You know what I mean? That's it. So I didn't have no business talking to him. The only reason why me and Seth would ever exchange numbers is because he wanted to go out on the boat. Well, when Tony I feel like as if when Tony found that out, Jen from Mystics, Astrology Mystics, could tell you, and somebody else could, that I'm not naming, but she's an amazing person, said the same thing, said, hey, he would like to go out on that boat with you. I said, man, he's more than welcome. No cameras, no phones, no nothing. He's more than welcome to be out there with me anytime. I'll literally leave my phone in the truck. And nobody will ever know he's with me, right? And so that's why I always like keyed away from working with them, whatever, because I did not work with them. I tried to help and we talked because that was the right thing to do. We're in this all for the right reasons. You know what I'm saying? Shouldn't matter who's talking to who's doing what. At the end of the day, I found it weird that I would never hear from Seth again after I tell Tony that Seth was wanting to go out on the boat. And then all of a sudden, it's that Tony's coming here with his boat. He's going to be here for a week and they're going to be searching.
But he has no idea where to search, Stephen, like you do.
No, we can't take, no. As much as me and Tony, I could care less about this man now. Let me say this. I don't want nothing to ever happen to him, ever. I don't care who you are. You should be able to live and be normal and have a life. You shouldn't have no bad shit, right? We don't want that for anybody. But I would never take from him that he is a very good bass fisher. That is no lie.
He's a fisherman. There's a big difference between search and, as they're calling it, recovery than fishing.
Been in tournaments. He is damn good at what he does. He is damn good at reading sonar. At the end of the day,
for fish,
every lake is no different, though. As long as he knows how to read navionics, and he absolutely does. I'll never take that from him. So it doesn't matter the lake or where, as long as that he's got. And again, like I've told many people, with working with Rochelle and working with Jen, I needed a sense of direction, right? I could think of where people may have put him. And people don't like that I got that guidance from that. There's things in my life I can't explain. I will never discredit from that. And I'm going to tell you right now.
Oh, and by the way, the ones that I just played you, they no longer believe that Chris and Katie are guilty.
Did my homework when it comes to the psychic sleuth. And I'm going to tell you, fact check her, buddy, because everything that woman's ever put out has been weeks before it ever come out in the damn news.
Huh?
So she has a gift.
Okay.
And Jen, astrology, she knows that shit better than anybody. She is good. I mean, she spends,
I hope you don't. And boy, if Seth doesn't have her up, if Seth and Tony don't have her up, oh, she's going to be there, but she's going to be pissed afterwards. You can bet on that.
Oh, that she spends 16 hours a day working on Seb's map.
Oh, wow.
Astrology and Mystics spends, and that's not a bullshit lie.
Okay,
I've got access to her map, and I'm going to tell you, she's got every SO that's sitting in it. She's got every person that's ever come in contact with Sebastian is inside that map.
And you know what, Stephen? We applaud you for things like that because I deal with the medium. I deal with those kind of situations.
Okay.
And people don't think that's real, but they don't understand. We
looking at their stuff, say, hey, I want to work with you. And dude, and I got to see her and experience her in person. And Jen's just a different type of person. She's an amazing person, man. And it hurts me. I'm gonna be honest with you, it irks me a lot, like pissing me off, to see how much effort, how much time, how much compassion, 2.5 hour drives that she takes over here weekly to help and not ever once get recognized. And Tony does nothing but badmouth her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just don't, I'm trying to understand where everyone's not focusing on Sebastian. I mean, you are, Stephen, not just that. I mean, some people are, but some people are surrounding themselves around negativity.
Because it goes all back to the statement Tony made at the very beginning. good publicity, good publicity, bad publicity. It doesn't matter as long as Sebastian's name's out there, and that is where he's absolutely the most fucking wrong because of him and because of that.
It's like what matters is that this child is missing, and everyone needs to focus. Not just everyone, but also the father, the mother, the step parents, grandpa, grandpa. Everyone needs to focus on Sebastian's name. Find Sebastian. Who gives a shit about anything else? I mean, if people want to.
Can I say something about something that y'all don't know about, and y'all are going to probably think I'm fucking full of shit, but I'm going to tell you this. I can tell you it's factual. If you don't think that the Proudfoots are looking, y'all are wrong.
I hope they are. I truly hope they are.
I'm going to tell you this right now. I got proved way wrong. Way wrong. Because I did not think so. I will tell you that that Chris is working, right? He is working. He has to have his job. He's got family. They have to. You got to think. This is what I want people to understand. I think there's a part of me that knows obviously how I feel. I'm not going to put it out there. I've said it enough. I know where my opinion lies. And in the end, I think that's what we'll see, right? But at the end of the day,
I know, isn't that shocking, Brad? And listen to how Steve, and I've been saying all along they've been doing things. It's just not the way Betty wants them done. And since they don't communicate with Betty, she has no idea what they're doing.
They are involved more than you think, is what I'll say. And it was very surprising to me when I saw with my own eyes, with what I saw and understood, was like, holy shit. Okay, so there is kind of a false narrative here that they are absolutely doing jack shit when that's not the case.
I am so grateful to hear that. I truly am.
Yes, curious.
I can tell you, is it what Seth and everybody else is doing? No, man, it's not. But at the end of the day, they're involved, man. I can't explain. I can't explain why they would do what they did and what they're doing, but I do know that they are involved, and that is something that in the last week I would learn, and I would be like, holy shit! I thought they just.
I didn't
think they were doing anything. I thought they were just sometimes popping online.
I want to give you.
And apparently.
Wait, hold on, you guys. We were on here earlier talking about why I did not go to the Sebastian search. And we were talking about your friend who was supposed to protect me, who couldn't protect me because of everything. And I was
dude, you had like real credible threats. I will put it this way: Jason protects country music stars, protects people in Nashville. He has access, and he is able to get things, and he has a hell of a PI for one. And I'm going to tell you right now, it took him 3 days to contact me back to the point that I got pissed off, and I was blowing him up for 2 days because he gave me his word.
Look, the Proudfoots have put up flyers. They have made signs and put them up. They have contributed. They have helped out immensely with billboards. Katie has gotten Sebastian's flyers put up in Walmarts everywhere. I mean, there's a lot they've done that people don't know about because they're not out here bragging about it or out here stirring the pot about it. They're working hand in hand with law enforcement. They are listening to what law enforcement is saying. They are trying to do things the right way, from what I've seen. The narrative being spun that they've done nothing is wrong. That's all. Seth wasn't out there. All this time that he'd been saying he was out there, he wasn't. Hey, Kesha. This was from last night. Well, it led into early morning because when I quit recording them, I don't know how many more hours they went on, but it was late.
And then he's like, man, I'm going to tell you right now, I would tell her, stay where she's at. Yeah. It's not worth it.
And like I said, to me, there's no evidence of foul play. There's been no crime, according to police. And until there is evidence, I have to believe that the parents, none of them, have anything to do with it. And that Sebastian is going to come home. I just have to make my mind go there because I don't want to go to the other. And honestly, I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. Unfortunately, law enforcement has not, put out a lot, and I get why they haven't.
Do you know narc divers, right? Everybody knows who they are by now, correct?
Yep.
Correct.
They legitimately were shot at. Legitimately. Like there was gunshots all around them and everything when they were first back in April.
That's not okay.
Was it homeowners or somebody linked to Sebastian?
That is the only thing I can.
Okay, number one, you're out in the middle of nowhere. It's not uncommon for people to shoot their weapons off. Do you have any concrete proof they were specifically shot at?
Tell you, nobody knows. And that's what is being said. Nobody knows. I know that they saw a couple individuals that seemed to similar some other individuals. That is what was said, but that was it.
Ooh.
Nobody ever knew if it was factual, but they if it was factually them being targeted, or if it was, I kind of in my head I thought it might have been pissed off homeowners. But then again, in your head, why
exactly,
would they be pissed off homeowners if they're off in the lake and they're not nowhere near the house or the land? So who else would it be?
And that's exactly what I was trying to explain to everybody who was asking me on this live earlier why I didn't go up there.
Yeah. I like I said, my opinion lies where it is. And I mean, y'all, Nina and Kayla and everybody, y'all know where it is. I do y'all, I mean, I'll tell you truthfully,
that
do I
one
think
lady
Chris had something to do with it? No. I think he
that
would come
one
in
lady
later.
talking is that Nina. No, she didn't go there because she wasn't allowed to go there.
But a lot of me does feel that the mother knows. The mother knows, and there has to be something there. It just, then again, I can tell you on Cal Tapo, if you go to Sebastian's map, in East Tennessee, law enforcement searching. Why is that? Anybody got an explanation? I don't. You can, when you log into Cal Tapo for Sebastian, it shows it's a military thing that done it searching over there in the area. You go and you look, and then every once in a while you'll see an update. And what's weird is
exactly, Infamous. They were out in the country. Nobody wants trespassers, especially the kind of crap that was going on. It's hard to tell, Hey, Ava.
I don't know if it's the same unit, Nina, that showed, because I think it's a different color. I can send it. I'll send it to you, Nina. But it's you can see where they went towards Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee, over kind of close to Dixon Northwest. They searched over in that area for a little bit, and then all of a sudden, now they're in East Tennessee.
Interesting.
Yep. That's like I said.
But I would too, Infamous. And they are allowed to protect their properties, and they're allowed to bring out their weapons, and they are allowed to shoot off. Yeah, I don't, I can't blame people. Honestly, I mean, have some respect. Go knock on the door and ask them if it's okay. Most people are going to say, yeah, it's fine. Like Barbecue said, the one dude even gave him the 4-wheeler things to use, So it's, you got to be respectful,
Everybody thinks law enforcement's not doing shit. They're not doing. No, I'm telling you, I truly believe Summoner is doing everything they can. That they are working an angle, in all honesty, because there's no proof or probable cause of this angle. They can't say shit about it until they get it all figured out. Because how you come out and you say anything, you spook something or you say something wrong, it's
Right.
fucked. It's
But
gone.
that's just like Corpus Christi PD with the Caleb Harris case. They're not going to freaking tell y'all. You know?
No.
Well, and at this point, they're not going to tell TikTok Tony anything because then it's going to go viral.
I'm gonna tell you this. At the end of the day, I don't think they would tell TikTok Tony shit because of what he's done. I mean,
hope not.
dude. I'm gonna tell you this. Tim Bailey, his own words. Cindy will say this. 716 girl. I love that woman. She's amazing. She just shout out to her real quick. Not to name drop somebody in your life, Kayla. Sorry, but
No, we got you, Steven. We love her.
yeah, she's amazing, man. But she will tell you she talked to Tim Bailey right after or right before I did. I think it was either before or after. I think pretty sure it was before. Because Tim Bailey, I remember him making a statement. I had just talked to Cindy, and like he said, his exact words were, "Probable cause are a motherfucker." That's exact words he. I'm not going to deliver to the family a bunch of nothing hamburgers every week. It's pointless. It only makes people upset. I'm not going to put impartial half information out there. Why? Because it gets people upset until we know facts. And he said, we don't have anything factual right now. We have no probable cause. The dogs have been in and out of that house. He's like, so I don't know how many times people say that. He said, but they've been all in and out of that house. He said, people are asking the dumbest question, like, have you checked the attic? He's like, man, we've checked everywhere. We're not stupid. He said, and if you don't think we are not looking at social media, he's like, we've seen what you said on the live and what Tony said. He's like, we've seen all that. So they are watching everything. So for all this to be a complete circus like it is, that is what's making it so discerning to me and lately why I've been super upset at the simple fact of you're going to have this walk, whatever you want to call it now. I'm glad they did name it that. Hopefully that is what it is. Or whatever they're doing.
It's the gathering of voices.
Gathering of the voices. Well, hopefully it is that, and
what they're trying to turn that into is a freaking party. She's asking people to bring canopies, tables, chairs. She's going to have drinks and food and whatever's left over of the stale 7-day-old cake she'll buy from the local bakery. She'll donate to the police officers after they sit there and say how they're not doing their job and they've done nothing. And she's demanding they clear Seth, and she's demanding they do forensics. My husband said he'll bring the entertainment.
Respect that they renamed it. That is a very smart thing to do. We will see. That's what I'll say about it. We will see. And hopefully it's peaceful.
Understand, Stephen. People have to understand the whole logic of everything. People are so entitled at this moment in time. They think they're privy to every piece of information law enforcement has, and they're not. They're not. Simple as that. They're not.
Yeah, me and you have that same thing. I mean, I've heard you say that so many times, and I say the same thing. It's like people have access to information at their fingertips, so they think that they deserve to know. And the truth is, no, you don't. The only people that deserve to know are the parents. And I'm going to tell you this, even to a point, if they don't have any, right now they can't rule you out as a suspect. So you've lost that right until they can say, they should have been able to say, okay, we know for a fact they don't have shit to do with it. But that's never been the case on all three of them.
Absolutely.
So that pervy information that they want, guess what they're not going to get? They're not going to know. So, I mean, at the end of the day, here's what I'll say. It's 5 days. I got to stop saying that fucking word. I'm just literally have it on my
You,
tombstone.
I've been saying it lately too, so thank you for that.
You're welcome, bud. At the end of the day, I say it all the time, man. I have to catch myself.
Just wanted you to know that I've gone rogue, and I was curious if you had any spaces on your boat.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I'm rogue now.
Shane, I'm done with you right now.
I don't know what's going to happen with the other group that's still, Tony fans. I mean, Tony fans. But if anything kicks off, I will let y'all know. But y'all want to take a peek at something? Oh, I got to remember to go back in my other video and add which I can't even think now. Got a brain fog. It's called kid brain. The video links from the other day. I didn't know if I was going to have to take the live down. Oh my God! Breaking emerging details. Trump rally. Oh, Betty. Okay, we're going to listen to a little bit of Betty, only because she said something that really ticked me off. I'm not listening to this whole hour live. I can't do it. I need a break from Betty as far as long lives. But I don't clip her anymore because in the very beginning, that's what her and Molly would say. They would say that, well, they clipped me. They heavily edited it. They clipped it, and you don't know what was really said. So I only use whole recorded, either recorded or I just go to their channel and play it. Yeah.
No, I have been awful about the emails and things of that nature. So we're going to be going through some emails. We're going to be answering some questions about everything.
And this is from today. Oh, the Tony situation, infamous. The split on TikTok has commenced. The group is splintered. We've got now the retired K-9 police officer Shane is no longer Tony's buddy. The alleged semi-retired defense attorney / repo man Delta is no longer Tony's buddy. Also no longer Betty's buddy and is blocked in Betty's chat. None of them support Betty. Shane, the retired police officer, doesn't support Betty anymore either. Kayla Ray does no longer support Tony or Betty. There's still some left. Oh, and Henrietta no longer does, and that Nina. But there's still some that he still got his hardcore, even though Delta and Shane and Kayla Ray, they were all part of the very vile stuff. And I'm debating whether or not to play that because it's really vile. But they had no problem with it until now. But Cajun, Ocean, Beach, Chasing Crime, there's, as far as I know, still Tony's girls. I haven't went back and checked. I don't know. But the split has happened. And yeah. Oh, and Stephen Crabtree is no longer even considering talking to them. Anyway. And Tony's a piece of shit for everything he's done and how dirty he is, but yet they participated in it. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, she's full of energy in the house, which is really cute. I
Oh
call
my gosh, Betty, did you actually put a little bit of makeup on and comb your hair? Good job.
her boss this morning because she's the boss of the house now. When she wants to play, we play. When I want her to settle down, she doesn't settle down. She still thinks it's playtime. So as you can see, she thinks I'm a jungle gym right now.
Okay.
A lot of people have been sending me stuff related to Sebastian Rogers, as well as, everything from.
What could they be sending you related to Sebastian Rogers? There's been nothing new. So Betty has found more interviews. Well, I don't go that vile. I've had this for weeks, and I don't know. It was the live where they showed Savage's pictures. They ran backgrounds on everybody, Queen B, JLR, several others. I mean, the stuff that Delta, the alleged or the supposed semi-retired defense attorney / repo man, he said that, I'll tell you what, I've heard a lot of bad lives on these YouTube streets, especially when I was looking for the Terry Lynn stuff. Whoa. But yeah, no, this one still takes the cake. No, I haven't found anything to beat this one. It was downright. Yeah. And then the one that Chasing Crime did and had Barbecue's biological family up there was bad. Hey, veteran. Oh, my dog's at the window barking. Somebody must be walking up the street.
Related to the assassination attempt of Donald.
I'm not talking about that.
Please stay away from. There's been a lot of whistleblowing that's been going on. We heard very early on through sources and other people online.
So you read gossip and you run with it, Betty. You run with rumors. You see a comment somewhere and you run with it like it's factual. You do that about everything.
That there was a stand down order. There was somebody that
I'm not going into the
her
politics
on criminal charges. She was very defiant to Congress.
Okay, so now you want her criminally charged.
That's something you don't really want to do. Like, they have a lot of power.
Okay, now she wants this woman. Oh, I know, Layla. I'm messing with you. I know. I'm just having a real hard time with it because I want to play some of it because it will blow you out of the water. I'll just have to fast forward a lot because I'm just not comfortable with some of the things that were said and the pictures that were showed. I mean, they did complete background checks on people. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding you. They did everything. And there's a whole list of people. A filter. And she definitely got makeup on too. But, Betty, and I do it sometimes too. When you put your foundation on, make sure you clean your lips off. Because if not, you can see your foundation and it fades out your lips. And that's older women, we need all the help we can get with them lips. They already do that. So just a tip. I'm not trying to be shady or nothing. I suck at makeup. So, hey, but I'm just telling that's just a basic, take a little wash rag if you don't have a little cotton ball or, something to clean them up. You know what I mean? But okay. Hats off to you for actually getting it together finally.
I don't think people understand that the power our Congress has. subpoena EP aspect. Going through talking. There was Biden was in lockdowns.
I'm not doing politics with you tonight.
He's going to serve out his term, even though he just no. I'm like, I feel like I'm in the freaking Twilight Zone over here.
Oh, you Betty, you just realized that? Girl, we've known that for a long time. We really have. Your distorted reality is its own little universe. Oh, that just scared the crap out of me. Wow. My heart just jumped. Yeah, I said that and that bag of candy fell. I don't eat Jolly Ranchers, so. Well, that's not true. Once in a great while. Anyway, Betty. We know.
How in the hell did the Democratic people not get
to
vote?
No, not doing politics.
Be absolutely upset.
You are?
Because they promised their people that they care for their people. Well, they haven't. They robbed them blind, first and foremost. And they robbed the whole country blind.
Who did? All politicians? Because that's what they all do. Not just the Democrats, not just the Republicans. The whole freaking bunch. But okay.
First and foremost. And then they decide to tell their party who they're putting up for president? Can you guys, I just want to, how would you guys feel if that was what, well, it might have just happened to some of the people that watch us here, because we got
you would have been fine with it, so shut up.
All different people from all different backgrounds and all different political standings, which is their absolute right to have. But I would be really, really upset if that were the case. I really would be highly, highly upset. What is your problem? I think we might need to go outside. In the back or something? Do you have back teeth or big back teeth? Feel another one. The little. How old are they?
Come on, y'all gotta admit. Holy crap! We got a KCG. Are you pocket modding or do we have a troll? The bunny hopper has a channel. Oh yeah, we don't want that one. Good catch. Let's put that user in timeout forever. Thank you, KCG. If it comes back, block. That I don't play with. Thank you. Good catch. Rapper, if that's you, you better behave.
When they start losing their baby teeth.
Oh, you know what? You do got to admit, though, that's a good grift. You got to give it to Bets. She got herself a good little grip there with that adorable puppy. That puppy melts my heart. Not her, the puppy.
And that's just from me roughhousing with her when when I'm playing with her and I get a little too close to her and she bites. There she is right there. Because have 2 hours by herself. She was kind of like a month at the time. So, we haven't had any real so she had to follow me all over. Figure we might as well just go over everything.
Ranking member Raskin.
Oh, no, we're not watching that.
So I listened to it for like the last, hour of it. And they had, I don't know who that was. It was, I remember his name's Paris, Colonel Paris, but I don't know, if he was with police, go after identity instead of ability. So be as good as a man, then you can hear a lot of women that are out there in very, very powerful positions, but they earned it. Like even Kamala Harris, she's never been voted for ever, not once. This will be the most historic thing if she ever became president, a president of the United States without a single freaking vote. Like that to me is the most insane communism thing that you could possibly do to a free
Communism.
republic. And
Oh,
I
I said
digress.
I didn't want to do the
I
politics.
do. I don't want to carry
Betty,
on.
shut up. I don't want to do the politics, but oh, Lord. Communist. I'm going to monkey glue my mouth shut. Super glue, whatever you call it. My kids call it monkey glue because they can't. My little one couldn't say gorilla, but he could say monkey.
But it's just it's very, very, very upsetting to me that this is kind of the state. It doesn't matter. I feel like they got screwed. You know how I for me. Not sorry. There's been some things going on, boots on the ground, just checking out some things.
Are you a little afraid that Mr. Trump is going to have to totally change his campaign? Because Biden's not running? But don't worry. If the Democratic Party does go with Camille, he doesn't have to change anything. Just saying. In my opinion. And it is just my opinion. And it is covered under fair use. And all that other stuff. But, just because she's a woman and I'm a woman doesn't mean she's going to get my vote. Trump's not getting it neither. I'm not voting. Because right now, if that's who our nominees are, don't matter which way we go, we're screwed. It hasn't changed if it's not Biden. Not in my opinion. I'm all for a woman president if she's qualified and ready. She is not, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion. End of story. I don't know. A lot of the experts say that all this is doing is giving Trump even more nudge, you know? I don't know. We're in a sad state of affairs, peeps. Because right now, in my opinion, we're in a sad state of affairs.
And doing his part. We're doing our part. We went out there. We posted flyers. Those flyers were all torn down. While I was there, I was stalked for at least 30 minutes because we went back through.
Now, Helen, that would require brain cells. She doesn't have them. Or at least they're not working. Yeah. Lyndon B. took over for JFK without a vote, just saying, yeah, Betty said she never liked history. So, apparently.
The footage, and we could clearly see that Terry Bowersox followed me for a significant time, which is, again...
No, he did not. You followed him. That's where he lives. That's where he shops. You were in that parking lot and stayed in that parking lot with your little stupid flyers. Betty, you knew he was there. When you took off after him. He came pulling out of the parking lot after leaving the store where he was. You knew Mr. Bowersox was there. You discovered that when you went in there, Betty. You had been driving around looking for them. Eventually, you were going to find him in that small town. You stalked that man. You pulled out behind him. Sped up to follow him, then jumped out of your car and verbally assaulted that man. He didn't do shit to you. You all tried to make it look like he was following you on those videos. No, he wasn't. It's the only fucking way out.
Very concerning for me because I was unaware of my surroundings. And that's a dangerous place for me to...
I'm staying in the yellow tonight. I knew it. As soon as I get into Betty, But I said some curse words before Betty. But I knew it would get bad when I got into Betty.
Be unaware of my surroundings and to be completely alone. And those two things persisted in that trip. I was alone. I didn't go with a team because there were so many people that were spreading around false information without one scintilla of receipts about what the purpose of me going to this area was. And I did,
you went there to harass, stalk the Proudwoods and the Bowersox. And that's what you did. You purposely went to their homes, Betty, and put up your flyers on telephone poles and stuff because you knew the city workers would rip them down. Then you could blame Chris and the Bowersox for taking them down. You also made sure to plaster right where their houses were, Betty, to poke at them like the street didn't know Sebastian was missing and there's not already signs. You even said there was one in their yard, which you've backtracked on a couple times. But, yeah, your whole thing was to go there and poke. You lied and misled your audience so many times. Even Spanky called you out and debunked your crap. Spanky. Girl.
I do every single time, did exactly what I said I was going to.
Yeah, she should be on her way there. Yeah, she's going for the next couple of days. Trump's going to be there. And then at the end of August, conveniently, Trump's going to be there. Not far from where she's going to be. It's just all convenience. Like I said, I don't care. But tell your audience the whole truth. Because they're sending you money for these trips. Tell them that, yes, the main reason I'm going is there's a 2-day event with Trump. You know, the Republican Party, Republican National Convention Party. And I'm going to that. But I'm also going to do the 1 day of the vigil and the protest at the police station. No, she's telling everybody she's going there for that. And those 2 days she don't have nothing planned. She said, I don't have nothing planned, but I'm going to work. I'm going to go do my searching and, you know, collecting my info. In other words, she's going to a Trump rally. And she's not being honest and telling her audience that. Of course. She's also lying to everybody about that being Kathy Bowersox's car. She don't know that. In fact, even her friends tried to tell her she was wrong. The videos have been debunked by many. Even Spanky. God, you know it's bad when Spanky calls your ass out. Spanky! Oh, I can't get over him calling her Bullhorn Strangler. But, yeah.
Do because let's face it, these other channels like to lie for content. They like to incite their audience to make them feel some kind of way. And
what the hell did she just say? Hey, Booza, ma'am, that's you. You lie to your audience every time you go live. You incite them all the time. Have you not asked them to come and help you protest? Have you not asked them to print up Chris and Katie's pictures and go around town asking people about them? When they've done nothing. They've not been charged with any crime. They are not wanted by the police. Nothing. So yeah, you do just that. She's ridiculous. She's ridiculous. Hey, the Runway Truth. Guys, do me a favor. Please hit that like if you haven't. Thank y'all. And sub up if you're not subbed up. And you could become a full-side misfit.
they lie about what my true intentions are, even though I'm very clear.
Who does?
And it's done for no other purpose.
Betty, your true intentions for going there was manufactured drama. Because, see, you poked and poked at the Bower Sox and the Proudfoots, and they wouldn't play your game. So you manufactured drama. You waved that police officer down. We heard the 911 call, Betty. We heard the dispatch. They did not pull you over. You waved that police officer down. The call to your room, Betty. I seen you press that receiver down not once, but twice. Then you hang it up, and a little bit later pick it up and say she's still on the phone, that she didn't hang up. No, that's not going to, no. But we already seen you press the receiver down twice. Do I think you had whoever that was, if there was a call in? Yeah, but I think it was the front desk. My opinion. That was manufactured, Betty. Just like you're lying, telling people that Mr. Bowersox was following you around for a long time. No, he wasn't. He was not directly behind you, Betty. He was pulling out of the parking center, of the shopping center. His car was sideways because he was pulling out. So the right rear passenger side would be behind your car because you were facing the other way. He was coming out. He came out around you, Betty. That's the only way out. He wasn't following you. You were following him. You sat there and waited for that man. You kept looking out your mirror. You knew. You knew he was in that plaza because you saw his car there. And you put a flyer by it, didn't you, Betty? Didn't you, Betty? Mm-hmm. Keep going with your shit.
Than to incite their audience thinking I'm there for something else. So they start calling the cops. They start reaching out to all these people and stuff like that. But
Betty, you waved that police officer down. You manufactured that. Stop it. Stop it. They didn't get calls from YouTubers, Betty. They got a call from a local. Someone who lives there who was watching the crap you were doing with your outdated posters, putting them where they don't belong, knowing they're going to get ripped down within 24 hours, and you can blame it on Chris and Katie then, which is exactly what she did. And the Bower Sox, exactly what she planned. Exactly what she planned.
at the end of the day,
She only put them by their homes, and she put a couple in that plaza because she knew that he was there. And she even put one by his car. Just another Terry Lynn thing. Oh, I'd put out 100 flyers on people's cars tonight, when in all actuality, maybe 10.
I know who the problem is in Hendersonville, Tennessee. I witnessed the problems in Hendersonville, Tennessee. I experienced the problems in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and I understand exactly why Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, is insisting on doing private searches. So nobody knows where he's
I
at.
thought that Clue in them was going to get the police reports and the body cam footage because, you know, they live in Tennessee. But I can reach out to my brother and I can get them. My brother lives in Tennessee.
Nobody can go over there and harass them. And,
I don't know
nobody
who ever got them. I don't know. I don't know. I just know when that all went down, they said they were going to get them. I can get them. It just take me a minute. I'll just, you know, have my brother do it. But and my brother's slow as hell. He's enjoying his retirement. He's always. They have a in Michigan. They have a lake house, so they're always there, enjoying his retirement that he busted his hump for. But
run off the people that he's assembled to help search for his son. At the end of the day, he's looking for his son to come back healthy and strong. And that has not happened in almost 6 months. And somebody needs to answer for that. Somebody needs to answer for that. Oh, Lady Dog Lover, aka Jean, bone for the tiny little mouth, though. But she's got a favorite place to play. Like, and she's got to play away with her in the living room. I can't complain. And look at that. She's that herself, works herself, and then Delilah, right? She's just out, just like what to do without her, like keep her in the kennel much. But when she needs to go out, I'm going to start teaching her so she might, and so I'm going to try to wants to go outside. She's so on me forever to go and get me a weed eater. So
yeah, she's grifting for a weed eater, a push mower, some kind of transmission or motor for something in her. One of them. Yeah.
There is that. Okay.
So she can cut the grass for the dog because she fired her yard guy because he wasn't doing a good job, according to BHB. I don't know. But now she's going to just do it herself. But she needs the equipment to do it, and she's grifting for it and using the doggy as the excuse. And everybody loves that cute little doggy, and they want the doggy to be able to go outside. Pretty soon, she's going to grip for a new fence. She keeps hitting about the fence.
Oh, please excuse all the grammar. I just don't know. I have to hold off on that one until I can actually. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I found the Excel spreadsheet with all the prior like interviews and stuff.
Okay.
I think.
Who did you get it off of? You didn't do that yourself. Whose timeline are you using? Did you take, Betty? You stealing content again, Betty? You're always stealing someone's content.
We need to go through.
Isn't that what you say we do?
Through that, because I found the full green shirt,
Hey,
or not the green shirt interview, the hands interview. We've never gone over the hands interview.
I thought so.
I mean, we did when it first came out, but it was very it was thorough for that, but we've never revisited it. And there's also some other interviews.
Why are you copying everybody else? Do you ever do anything with your own thoughts? How many channels have been reviewing the interviews, Betty? How many? You're aware because you watch. You copy what people say. You copy people's reactions. You're good at it. No originality, though. Just for you, I think if I go live tomorrow, I'm going to cam up. Just for you. Mm-hmm.
We haven't revisited either that we really should revisit, that Chris and Katie were in, whether we like it or not. We should revisit them. I'm going to take clips because several of them were on a channel that I don't really care for.
That's stealing content, Betty. Now, I have heard you rant and rave about people stealing content from you. Playing you and stuff. You tell me I'm a thief all the time. I've never stolen anything. But anyway, you're stealing content, Betty. I'm very, very upset.
Or it was disgusting, and they weren't really talking about anything related to the case. They were, they weren't even bringing up Sebastian's name. They were just talking to hear themselves talk. And I'm just thinking.
No, they just went on there and to just hang out. They didn't go on there to be interviewed. They didn't go on there to slam anybody. And it's okay, Betty. And if you would have listened, they did say some things. But see, you got them blinders on because you that tunnel rat that's stuck in that tunnel and can't get out. Yeah, those kind of things.
This is disgusting.
It is.
What parents actually go on these things, hang out with these nasty, dirty, rotten scoundrels on in the bowels of YouTube, and start joking around and acting like their son doesn't even matter, not even saying their son.
What? Wait a minute. What? Betty, why are you describing Seth? Seth has been doing that for months. Did you not hear him and Uncle Tacos on Brittany J's panel recently? I mean, you were the butt of a couple of their jokes, by the way. He laughed at you, not with you. And you were good with that. You don't care because it's getting you numbers that you've never, ever gotten before. I get it. I wouldn't do it, but I get it. You're being used. You deserve it. You know, and you don't care. Like I said, it's getting you numbers you've never gotten before. You're making money you've never made on YouTube. Enjoy it while it lasts. Because it's getting rolled and, you know, it's going to just tank. But okay.
His name, like how disgusting of a person do you need to be?
Oh.
And then things are starting to heat
I
up.
don't
You know, they kept going out
know.
thinking they were going to change the direction.
I've got that question for you. How disgusting does one have to be? Because the person you're describing is not Chris and Katie. So you need to be asking that question to him as well. Betty always tells on herself and everybody around her. She always does self-reflection and blames others.
Direction of this case, and now they just think if they just go away, it's going to go away. I can promise you and I can assure you it is not going to go away.
They never said that, nor do they act like that. Actually, they haven't been around YouTube. I haven't seen them anywhere. They're taking care of life, Betty. They're not out here to please people on YouTube. They're not out here pushing the Cash App. Just saying. No shade, just truth. Hey, Patricia.
And I can promise you and assure you that I'm going to be back in this community a lot because Sebastian still isn't found. I'm going to be in the community at the end of, well, it's already the end of this month, but in a few days into August.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm going to be back there at the end of August to do a gathering of the voices at the a police station, the sheriff's office. And then I'm going to still be doing my investigation, you know, just like Summer Wells.
No, you're not an investigator, Betty. You're not the media. You're not any type of investigator. You're a wannabe. You want to be the media. That's positions taken in your family already. You want to be the PI. Yeah, that isn't going to work. You're not licensed. And you want to be law enforcement all wrapped up in one. Oh, let's not forget the lawyer too. Yeah, none of that's happening either. See, you're really going to see Trump. Tell your audience the truth. That's why people get on you, Betty. That's why you get called out. Own it. So fucking what? Just be honest about it. That's all.
We were out there literally almost on a monthly basis
No,
for a solid year. And we can't forget that we still have Layla Santinello and Holland Snap to boot.
Totally different cases. They are grown-ass women. Unfortunately, Layla chose a different lifestyle. There's substance abuse and lots of other, going on, all that crap, homelessness, all that stuff. Also, the grown adults. There's that.
And then Summer Wells.
Oh, yes.
4 major cases in the state of Tennessee.
They're not major cases, Betty. 2 are grown adults. 2 are children. To me, the children trump. Sorry, but they do. Children first. The other ones, do I believe there was some shady stuff with Holland Snap? Absolutely. After all that stuff came out about the beating and stuff, yeah. But I'm not law enforcement, and what I think don't matter. But you can't compare the cases. You just can't. They're not.
All nobodies and all, not one person held accountable for squat.
I know, Patricia. That's one of the first things I said. I gave her, hey, Susan, I gave her kudos.
friend that my political
Tammy
like
Lee or Barbecue have never been any of Tony's girls. They came in what they kind of were. Not like Cajun and Chasing Crime and Ocean and Kayla Ray, who Kayla Ray is no longer. And the guys, Shane and Delta, which are no longer. Not like to the extent they were, but Tony's the one that started the feud between all them. And what they did to Barbecue was messed up.
He's like I'm like his protege. When I got into politics years ago, this was a gentleman that I sat down.
Well, you stop it. Quit acting like you're some big political activist, Betty. You are not. You are a clown. You are a front row Joe. Do you know what a front row Joe is? It is idiots who stalk these candidates from rally to rally. They get there a day or two early and sleep in the parking lots in their cars just so they can get the very front seats. But Betty, your little local politics stuff does not make you no political activist. You threatened to burn a councilman's house down. Congratulations. You threatened a local reporter because she told the truth about you. Huh. You harassed the school board. Thank gosh you don't go there no more. You go to local county town meetings to bitch about a water bottle. Some political activist you are.
Down with and met with for the first time and said, look, I don't like the direction of my county. I see that you're active. What can you do? How can you help me be better? How, a better citizen of this community, and what can I do to help? And so that's when he referred me over to my school board. And he's like, well, I'd start here. And I'm like, ew, we got some problems over here in the school board now, don't we? We got funding problems. We got loose purse problems. We have a hot mess express. We have books that haven't been
KCG.
reconciled. Like it was a flippin' mess in the school board here in Manatee County. A flippin' mess, and I'm not going to lie about it.
Betty, you have no kids. You don't have any experience with public schools because you have no kids. You dropped out, I believe you said, the 10th grade. Your words, not mine. You went to a few meetings, Betty. You made an ass out of yourself. You didn't understand what was going on because you think you know it all, but you don't. And you don't comprehend it. And you made like I said, made an ass out of yourself. And there was a few meetings, and I'm pretty sure they booted you out. But yeah, thank goodness you haven't been over there. You've left them people alone for a while. Because you clearly made an ass out of yourself. But okay, think you're this big political activist. Betty, you go to town meetings to bitch about a water bottle. You went to your town meeting to bitch about you needing a roof because of a hurricane and because you didn't have insurance to help cover it. But, you got it paid for. But listen, good for you. And then you bitched because they were putting a red light camera up at a major school intersection to help protect the kids. You bitched that taxpaying dollars was paying for it. You even said that it wasn't going to protect any kids, or it's not going to defer and change. And that councilman looked at you and said, "How many kids does it take, Betty? Because just one's too many." And he said, how many is enough? How many kids does it take to get hit by cars in the mornings? You're an idiot.
Absolutely was a mess, and it probably still is a mess. I had to step away because I was getting too frustrated, especially with Mary Foreman being up on that dais. Like she lied to the people. She got a vote, and then she did exactly opposite of what she promised the people to. I can't stand people like that, and I call them out every last time. I don't like her. She's going to be a one-term wonder. That's it. She's out. She's out. She was literally out 2 weeks after her getting into that office, and she didn't care. Has no backbone. I don't like weak women. Like there's something in this. There's something about I don't really care for weak women, and personally, just not that I can't like.
Betty, you don't consider yourself a weak person. You file frivolous lawsuits because someone hurt your feelings. You run your mouth behind a keyboard. I don't call that brave. Just my opinion.
Like them, not that I'm not friends with people that are weak or anything like that. And what I mean by weak, they like to sugarcoat. They never stand on, like they'll let something that they don't like continue to happen and continue to happen and continue to happen without saying anything. You know what I'm saying? Weak. And it's not that I don't have friends that are like that. It's just the people that I collaborate with in the stuff I do. You need strong people. You need people that go in there and don't mind kicking in a front door, figuratively. Okay, I don't want anybody getting all up in arms.
No, you don't mean that figuratively. You would actually do it, Betty, if you thought it would get you some content.
Like the burning down the house comment, right? A conversation that we always say, like when Carol Whitmore was in there, she's willing to burn down the house. That means she's willing to destroy everything to get her way. And, it's a figure of speech that we use in.
No, that's not how you meant it, Betty. No, Betty. I played that. I dug it up and I played that a long time ago and I'll play it again. That is not how you meant it, Betty. You meant it like you were going to do it. Then you showed up there with some of your Proud Boys at the man's house after you threatened to burn it down. You're not no big time political activist. You don't use any terminology. And the person you brag about, she got booted out of office, Betty. Wonder why.
In politics, and it's funny because people that aren't in politics, when you say like, or they just intentionally know what it means, but just they just try to cause problems. It doesn't matter, whatever the case may be. My politicians know me. Like even when people call here, I'll get a call like, Andrew, I just wanted to let you know we got a call. Well, I'd say ignore it, and if they call back again, you don't know me. Never seen me before in my life. Okay, you're good. You're good. But with Katie and Chris,
they don't know you, Betty. They just get complaints about you. They get people call them and say, hey, she said it your way. You might want to keep your eyes peeled. The train wreck's coming. They get warned, Betty, about you.
Seem like they were always on these shows for themselves. They never really seemed like they were on the shows for avocation.
Hey, Purple
You
Haze.
always seen them in emojis. And even when they had their emojis on, they didn't even have Sebastian's face in it. Like they did literally nothing to advocate for Sebastian except put a measly sign up in their yard that nobody can hardly see.
That's not true, Betty. That is not true. And you know what? It pisses you off because you don't know everything they've done. But even Stephen Crabtree had to admit how wrong he was to believe that. What he himself has went down there and found out otherwise. Chris and Katie have been doing a lot. And have since day one. They just don't need to come out here and pat themselves on the back and brag about what they're doing. And they also are working hand in hand with law enforcement.
anybody that advocated for that boy in that community, you know, that whole community should be ashamed of itself. You know, I'm sorry, they should be. I'm sure there's some good-hearted people in there. I'm sure they're all good-hearted people, but in the humanity and respect, they should all be ashamed of themselves, because they literally made sure that this boy's name is shoveled under the rug in their community. They literally, this is a national case, and I understand national cases are a little hairy, and they just, you know what, they prefer their privacy over finding this boy, in my opinion.
What?
And it's sad
no, Betty, they're listening to law enforcement. That's what they're doing.
But that's just truly how I feel. And it is emboldened by their lack of signage in their own yards, or green lights, or ribbons.
Okay, because they didn't put green ribbons all over the place, and the neighborhood is not plastered with green lights. Chris and Katie have done nothing, according to Betty.
Or ribbons, just to say you give a damn about the kid. And we're finding out that they didn't know that the kid really, that they even really had a kid there, that nothing, and it is true. Nothing on the outside of that house screams that a child or anybody other than adults live.
Because he's not a little child. He's a 15-year-old teenager. Of course, there's not going to be cars and trucks and stuff outside. Heck, I got 2 littles, and you won't see nothing out front. No, the back's a whole different story. Unless we're out there, the garage is open and we're out there and they're riding their bikes and stuff. Other than that, you won't see their toys all over the front yard. What the hell does that mean? Not to mention, he's a 15-year-old child. He's not a little child. He's a teenager.
In that home. They never took that boy out of that home. They've been there a year and a half, and a few of the neighbors knew of Sebastian. That's really sad. Because just like Seth, why wasn't Katie taking him to parks? Why wasn't Katie getting him out of the house? Why wasn't Katie?
You don't know what Katie was doing, and it's not your business. But here you are lying about it. You have no idea. Apparently, they did a lot together. Seth's seen him twice a month, Betty, when he got him. That's it. What are you talking about?
Making, doing other things with him besides throwing him in his room with toys. Talk about a lazy parent.
How do you know they? So now she's saying they threw him in his room with toys. I don't even know where she gets that information from. I don't. She just makes this shit up as she goes along. I got to go in and get a pack of smokes. Oh, here. No, you're not. I can go get them.
There was other times that I saw a picture of him where he was at school dirty. He looked like he hadn't had a shower. And then you see, then all she ever does is point out all of his defects every time she talks about him. The nicest thing I've ever heard Chris say, or Chris really be proud of Sebastian for, is the fact that he can beat a grown man at chess. That is the only thing.
That's not true. Oh my God, that's not true.
That Chris has ever been proud of that boy for. And how do I know that? Because his behavior tells me that. His
behavior tells you what? Betty, you're no damn behavior expert. Shut up. You're no body language nor behavior expert. You even said you didn't even read the whole first page of the book. Shut up. Stop watching old Dr. Phil episodes.
Talking about how Sebastian won. That's it. And Katie was most proud of him running around that field years ago. where he got
That's not true. And how dare you say anything about years ago when Seth can't tell you nothing about current. All he does is show videos and talk about stuff that happened when he was 3 years old. Don't go there, Betty. Don't go there.
marks on the
And you
back of
don't.
his shirt.
You what?
One. That's it. And Katie was most proud of him running around that field years ago, where he got marks on the back of his shirt. She says
Oh my God.
she does crafts with them from the Lowe's, right? She wanted to get, oh yeah, he loves doing those crafts from Lowe's. But she's never really provided any examples of his work.
Yeah, she's heavily filtered. Heavily filtered.
See, like normal parents, like you guys see on my refrigerator, I got papers for my grandchildren coloring me something that they pulled out of a coloring
But what
book.
she doesn't understand is getting a blowout and stuff. It doesn't matter. The hair's fried because of all the bleaching with the bucket of bleach. Remember how she used to have that on her desk, her bucket of bleach? But you have to get that dead stuff cut off. The rest is growing in nice, though. She's got some nice waves going on there. But she does need to get that dead stuff off. But, she finally listens to some good advice from Crimes and Fashion. Because Crimes and Fashion have been telling her for how long? Bets, this is what you need to do with the hair. Well, Betty finally listened. Betty doesn't throw nothing away. She's a hoarder. So she still got the bucket of bleach. She just quit putting it in her hair. And she's letting it grow out.
It's still on my refrigerator all these years later. And she's got nothing like that. She didn't pull out any of his crafts throughout the years that he did in school.
Okay. So, because Katie was on an interview and she didn't pull out crafts that her son made when he started school. Oh, that was a chunk. No, that wasn't. Yeah, I guess she's a bad mother. She didn't show one drawing. She didn't show none of his elementary school crafts. She doesn't have them splattered all over her refrigerator. I guess she's a bad mother. Never mind that he's, 15 years old. And also, I'm sure she's not used to giving interviews about her 15-year-old that ran away. I mean, just saying, she's not used to doing interviews about a missing child. So, yeah, forget all that. All because she didn't show a drawing or a coloring book page or something. Betty.
Or anything like that. Did she ever keep any of it?
How much
of Sebastian is already erased from that home? Why did they need the cleaning lady to come in?
Because she had if that's true. There's nothing wrong with having a cleaning lady. Your house still needs clean, Betty. Law enforcement was through that house so many freaking times. It's not funny. But yeah, again, what
is Chris even working anymore?
It's not your business. It's not your business if she had a cleaning lady or didn't have a cleaning lady. It's not your business whether Chris is working or not. But by the way, he's made it clear that he's went back to work. You just don't listen, Betty. You're a tunnel rat. You're stuck in that one-way tunnel and you can't get out.
Why do they still have the camper over at Yogi Bear? None of this stuff.
Why is it any of your business? It's not your business. It's not your life. And it's not your child that's missing. You're not the media. You're not any type of investigator, though you want to be. You're actually nothing but a YouTuber and a TikToker, Betty. That's it. You're a wannabe.
Stuff is making sense. And it seems to me that Chris may not go back to that St. Jude's project. It doesn't sound like he's working that St. Jude's project.
Okay, considering that it's when you were there, it was 5 months later. Again, I'm going to keep telling you, I've told you this a million times. That's a big job site. There's different phases on big constructions, on any construction site, but on those big ones, they have phases. But Chris made it clear that he wasn't back at that job site a long time ago. Like I said, you don't hear the facts because they don't fit your narrative. You lied to your audience. You said that you know for a fact he wasn't at that job site at 5:15 in the morning or 5:45 in the morning. You don't know that, Betty. You don't. You weren't there that day. 5 months later, doesn't matter what's going on that job site. What mattered was that morning, and you weren't there.
I don't know if he is or not, but it
not your
really
business.
is making me wonder. Really is making me wonder. Let's see what we got here.
Oh, the people in our chat eat this up. You would not believe the stuff they say. One day we're going to go over her chat. It can get bad.
Sabal, thank you, Pebbles. Sweet Miss.
She gets trolls and she gets so pissed. She gets so pissed.
Misery, it's nice to see you. CC, it's
If
nice to
you
see you.
even disagree with her a little bit, it just sets her off. And if you say anything good about Chris and Katie, it will really set her off real quick. You'll be blocked and then she'll go on a rant.
You, Lisa, Pepper, it's nice to see you too.
And boy, if you say something about Seth, oh Lord, it's all over with. She's gonna have a meltdown.
They said they posted. They didn't post billboards. Duchess posted billboards.
They helped. They
Duchess
made a
posted
large.
billboards,
No, they made a very large.
Illuminati
They made a
posted,
large.
took
They made a very nice donation towards paying for the billboards. Where's Seth's donation? They don't have GoFundMe's and Cash Apps going on. They paid out of their own pocket because they should to the parents. And they can. You know what I mean? But yes, they did, Betty. So you're wrong. They did help pay for them billboards. And not just a little bit.
took over the billboards. The Proudfoots didn't do shit.
Yes, they did.
I want to make sure that's clear. The Proudfoots haven't done shit.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. You just won't admit it.
They got a few signs. Like Seth has literally expended money. Like
no.
Major
Everything,
money.
every flyer, every sign, every banner has all, the bracelets, everything has been donated. Shut up. He hasn't spent nothing out of his pocket. He had over a $26,000 GoFundMe. He's had at least $50,000 to $75,000 in Cash Apps, if not more. And that's just in my opinion. Shut up, Betty. They haven't asked for one dime, and he continuously asks for money. Continuously.
On gas, on attorneys, on PIs.
He didn't need an attorney. He didn't need an attorney. And you only pay the attorney when he does something for you. What's he doing for him? A lot of the PIs weren't even charging him. And then when their little small retainer he would put down runs out, he doesn't refill it. But he's gotten plenty of money, Betty. And he's gotten a lot donated. A lot.
Like, well, why aren't you putting together a reward fund? Well, I'm happy to put together a reward fund for people to donate to. But right now, every bit of money that I can possibly collect for Seth is going toward his means of trying to find him and locate his son. Because let's face it, nobody's going to know where.
Well, you better talk to Seth because he's telling everybody else it's for his living expenses. But go ahead, Betty. Whatever. I have a problem with grifting off this kid. It's gross. This child is lost in all this crap. This is supposed to be about Sebastian, a 15-year-old who went missing in February. And we are in July, Betty. This drama has hurt this case. Your misinformation and outright lying has hurt this case.
This kid is. Chris and Katie didn't have a whole lot of friends. It's not like they're relying on a whole bunch
You
of
don't know anything about Chris and Katie. You don't know who their friends were or how many they had. And it doesn't matter. It's not your business. But you don't know nothing about these people.
Here. They're relying on family.
Aren't you supposed
to? And family ain't coming forward. Because if they were coming forward, they'd have had their butts out there searching for this boy right along with everybody else. All these strangers that seem
All right, I'm done. Look, shut up, Betty. You don't know what they're doing. And when you do know what they're doing, you won't admit it because it doesn't fit your narrative. Shame on Seth for co-signing this. But where was his ass? Because he quit searching as well. Where was he? Only when it was being recorded and streamed. I'm not on any of the parents' side here, but I'm tired of them being attacked for doing what they're supposed to do. And they're also doing things, and Betty's aware they are. She's just never going to admit it. But stop it. This family needs to be brought together, Betty. Not kept pulling apart. Somehow they've got to come together and work together to find their son. That's what needs to happen. That's what you should be brokering here. That's what you should be trying to get to happen. But instead, you want to keep driving that wedge for your content. Because what good content would it be if they worked together and the drama stopped? And I don't know where you know, Chris and Seth, I can't. I can't
hear more about Sebastian than his own mother and his stepfather and his side of the family.
Yeah, she's mad. Chris
I'm also hearing through the grapevine that there may be another search in the.
Oh, here through the grapevine. She runs with anything she sees commented. Yeah, they get along, no cash. Yep. Yeah, of course Chris isn't going to respond to her. I'm so glad he's not.
The works. Of course, it's private. But you don't ever hear Katie and Chris talking about searches or going out there. Hell, we don't even hear from them anymore. They don't.
Seth wasn't searching for months either, Betty. He wasn't, Betty.
Bother advocating for their son, and they don't bother coming to the screen because everything was being used against them. I'm pretty sure law enforcement has spoken to them. I'm pretty sure the reason why Kathy came forward is because she was probably spoke to about.
Why would law enforcement speak to them about what? They're not the ones out here running their mouths. They're not the ones out here creating drama. No, that's not the one that was spoken to by law enforcement about not shutting his mouth. Seth admitted that they told him to shut his mouth. Tony's even admitted that it's because Seth talks too much. And the drama. That they're not getting that from Chris and Katie. I mean, it is what it is. I know it sounds like I'm blaming one and not the other, but I'm not, because it is what it is. That's exactly what has went down here. I just want them to stop all this and work together as a family, which would accomplish so much more. I don't know. I want the kid to come home.
Involvement. We brought up legitimate stuff.
No, you didn't.
That was an SUV outside of that house.
It was not. Stop lying. Stop misleading your audience. It was not. And it was not Kathleen Bowersock's SUV. either, Betty, and it was not her SUV. It was not her at the closed convenience store. Stop lying. Spanky even told you were wrong and called you out for it. Told you can't be telling people that stuff. Everybody has debunked all that, Betty. But you know the one thing you don't harp on? Remember those doctored pictures you showed of Sebastian's neck? You only did that in that one live. You want to know why, Betty? Because you found out whose house he was at that weekend. So you just dropped that whole thing. Never mentioned those pictures again. Have you, Betty? But you probably will hear. Huh. Wonder why you did that, Bets.
And as you can tell with the Trump investigation,
back to that.
all of us here on so right, kind of funny how that happened. They spotted this guy. They seem funny. No, this is why we don't let officials. I agree. It's
I'm
sad
not doing
fear.
politics.
Proudfoot Bauer Sox family fearing people or paying people to shut up. Well, I can tell you they ain't paying me, but they did try to intimidate me, and it was clear intimidation.
Betty, they didn't bother you. You bothered them. You went to their home and was recording and streaming their home to your audience. You went to where they lived. You followed and harassed them. They didn't do shit to you. But I hope they do legally.
It was clear intimidation.
Oh my Lord. By
Terry
you.
just wanted to let me know he was there, just to let me know he was there. And so I got out of my car and let my
No, he wasn't following you. You were following him, Betty. You were sitting there waiting for him to pull out of that parking lot. Stop lying. It was all manufactured drama by you.
Who the hell do you think you are?
Exactly. Who do you think you are? You harassed and stalked that man, Betty. He didn't do a damn thing to you.
And who the hell does he think I am?
Yeah, they do.
Does he really want to piss me off?
Yeah, she's never had these kind of numbers ever. Ever on her social media.
Seriously. Like, I am the one that would literally show up to the front of their house. You know what I'm saying? They better be.
You did. You were there. You were filming it for your audience. The same with Chris and Katie's. You made sure to plaster the telephone poles or the utility poles right surrounding their homes so that the utility workers would remove them within 24 hours. And you could blame it on Chris and the Bauer Sox, which is exactly what you did. You did everything you could to poke them people. You followed them around. You found Terry Bauer Sox in that parking lot. You put a flyer by his car. You weighed that cop down. And then you sat there and you waited for Terry to come out of that parking lot because you knew that was the way out. Yeah, okay, Betty.
Lucky that I care more about this boy than to waste my time with them just yet. There may be a time. Depends on where the...
Betty, don't push it. Because this is a family that's not flat busted broke. And they can go after you legally. And you don't know how I pray they do. Because you deserve it after what you've done to these people. I truly think that you deserve it. That's just my opinion.
Where my work leads me.
You don't have work.
Like literally.
What work? You are not a professional journalist. You are not accredited anywhere. You are not no kind of investigator. It's not your work. It's not your business to harass and stalk these people. And to threaten them, because you've done that. And then you accuse them of the most horrific things.
I'm seriously not the one.
You're a crime tourist, Betty. Nothing more, nothing less. A crime tourist. You go and record. That's it. The town. Things that don't matter. And you're always late to the game, months and months late. You're not professional. A professional would never act the way you do.
One. And trust me, if I had my bullhorn that day, I would have showed up at the front of their house. You do not intimidate me. You do not
Well,
intimidate
that's
me
funny.
at all.
Your bullhorn was right in your car, remember? You don't go anywhere without it. You knew you couldn't go to their house with your bullhorn, Betty. You knew not to get out of your car. You pushed it as far as you could. You should have been arrested when you verbally assaulted that man the way you did for harassment and stalking. You should have been, because that's what you did to him.
Oh, that is like literally the worst thing that you could possibly do. I do not like feeling intimidated. I do not like having my life or my personal safety in jeopardy.
No one did that.
And I will fight for that.
No one did
Believe
that.
that. I will fight for me. You see how hard I fight for these victims. You should see how hard I fight for myself.
What do you mean fight for? You don't fight for no victim. Name me one case you found someone in. Name me one case you actually helped. Didn't interfere and muck up the case with all your drama and misinformation and outright lies. Name one. We'll be waiting till hell freezes over, because there isn't.
I fight for myself damn hard. Damn hard.
It's the only person
You know what
ever
I
fight
think
for.
about these people? And that's why I think it's possible CP lured him easy fishing or snake hunting.
Everything has got to be a fight, and that's got to be exhausting.
It's possible. He would have put his shoes on though. That the shoes thing bothers me. The shoes things bother me. Does
You don't know the kid. You have no clue.
Katie get life insurance policy if Sebastian's not found within
No, Seth did though.
a time period without? No, not in a situation like this. No, he has to be deemed deceased. And once he's deemed deceased, I'm pretty sure everything changes for the Proudfoots.
And,
Everything changes
everything changes for anybody involved. Betty, stop it.
for the Proudfoots. As
Admit that Seth's the one that has the life insurance.
soon as he, and that's something that Seth may want to consider pushing at some point is, if they can't find him, he won't, it's hard because he wants his son to come back. But at some point, there's going to have to be a push so we can seek justice for his son, especially in light if we never find his son.
Justice for what? No crime's been committed, Betty. Where's the evidence of foul play or that a crime's been committed? You got to have that first, Betty.
Perfectly fine with a second degree. If that's where this stuff leads us, I'm perfectly fine with a second degree.
Oh, so now you want them charged with second degree when there's been no crime committed, Betty?
I'm not, even though I feel like it's a first degree situation,
Mm-mm-mm.
I'd rather see justice than no justice at all, So we'll see how that all works out. I'm sure that's going to be, years ahead. I have a theory I want to share with you. I never thought about before, but would certainly explain the lengthy phone call that night. I want to send you an email when I can. Okay, Debbie, bullhornbetty@gmail.com. Chris is proud of Sebastian for supposedly walking away and not leaving any evidence. Yeah. Best part about it is he didn't leave any evidence. You mean you didn't leave any evidence, Mr. Proudfoot?
Mr. Proudfoot wasn't home, Betty.
And I always said the lack of evidence is the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, mark these words. There's certain things I say. You guys need to pay attention to those. Oh, good, my gracious. My leg's falling asleep. Interesting, he ran around the field. So did he run to the retaining pond and try to make it to school, but was grabbed at the retaining pond. I don't think they followed Sebastian's scent to the retaining pond. That's what I'm hearing. There was a scent found, but I don't think it was Sebastian's. It was somebody else in the house. And I think law enforcement knows it.
Oh, really?
They should still do
So it was somebody else in the house, Betty. Is she a fucking idiot?
forensic if there were fluids. Yeah. That's one of the reasons. That actually is one of the primary goals of our gathering of voices. The gathering of voices, one of our primary goals is to make sure law enforcement understands the severity of not having forensics at this point and understanding that they...
Betty, there's been no crime. There's no evidence of foul play. And you don't know what law enforcement did in that house because it's not your business to know. But you can't go demand them of that. I mean, there's been no crime, Betty. What do you want? What do you want them to do forensics on? There's no crime scene because there's no crime.
We do have probable cause, predominantly in his room.
Right, Brittany.
I think they have probable cause for the entire house, personally speaking. But I know for a fact, without a doubt, 100% they have probable cause for his bedroom. And if they find anything suspicious in his bedroom, it will open up the probable cause for the entire home. I truly believe they have...
Betty, they don't have probable cause because there's no sign of any kind of foul play. The police said that themselves, Betty.
Enough here that they can do the entire house. I mean, this was the place he was last seen. I mean, this is and nobody saw him walk out the door. Like, I think it's literally, negligent.
He actually said that.
And like, they're obstructing their own case.
That's why Katie's pickle bag went missing. That she doesn't even know if Katie even had one for it to go missing. But in her opinion, it's missing and it was used. Yeah. The pickle bag. Mm-hmm.
By not getting this forensics.
Mm-hmm.
It is the craziest thing I have ever seen. And they're not communicating with Seth. So, if you're not communicating with the father, the father is going to be like, hey, why isn't there forensics done? Or was there forensics done? That's not going to the integrity of the investigation because let's face it, Chris and Katie would know if they had forensics done in their house. So it's not like it's a secret. It's not like it's a state secret. But why almost 6 months later? Like literally when I'm doing this gap.
But the difference is Chris and Katie listen to law enforcement, work with law enforcement, and keep their mouth shut. That's the difference.
Gathering of voices in front of Sumner County, we're on the 6-month milestone. What law enforcement body waits 6 months to get forensics? Literally. They can argue with me till the cows come home, but I know what probable cause is, and I know damn well they've got it for that room. And they still refuse to do forensics in that room. Why are they so hell-bent on failing to do the forensics? Why did they allow Chris and Katie to professionally clean that house? Why?
You can sit down here. I'm about done.
Like, what idiot is in charge?
No, an hour ago.
That's literally what I want to say. What idiot is in charge?
Oh my God.
Because I'd like to say you're an idiot.
I didn't even realize that.
What knucklehead does this?
Wow.
I
didn't even realize it was 10 till 12. Holy cow.
15-year-old boy that vanished in the middle of the night and nobody knows where he went. And we know he's not on any camera.
Actually, no one knows exactly what time he left. He was in bed when she woke up at 6 and went to get him up at 6 in the morning for school. He was gone, but nobody knows exactly what time he exited the residence. At least not that's been released by law enforcement. But okay. Yeah, Lisa. She won't even mention none of that. I called her out on that, and I read that because it was Jen's niece that was involved with all that, and it's pretty bad But Betty won't even acknowledge it.
So therefore, he didn't leave that house willingly.
We don't know. You don't know. That's just it, Betty. You don't speak this as opinion. You say things and you'll say, I 100% can, it's 100%. You can't say that because you don't know.
He didn't leave the house willingly.
You don't know that. None of us know.
I can't believe DCSF, in my
and
opinion.
In all honesty, they're all suspects. No one's been cleared. But I still have to believe that the parents aren't involved and that Sebastian's coming home. Because I don't want to go down the other route. There's no evidence. Show me some evidence, some hardcore evidence.
Legally didn't do their job when Sebastian was alive and missing. They seem to fail everybody. They were there literally the day before Summer Wells
went
missing.
She always goes back to him.
Inside that disgusting, unfit home.
Uh-huh.
They should have immediately, unless it's okay to let your children live in squalor and roaches and rats. I mean, if that's really the okay factor, the acceptable factor in Tennessee, we've got some major problems in Tennessee. That is disgusting. No child should have to live there. They had no walls in the freaking bathroom with a revolving door of men and women that were on drugs coming in and out of their home. Anytime a man had to go in there and do his business, guess what? All the kids got to see their man parts. That's inappropriate.
Oh my God.
Inappropriate.
Betty, look, I'm not getting into the Summer Wells case right now with her. All I know is there's a little bit of truth and a lot of exaggeration and a lot of bullshit.
And DCS just let them stack up some dressers? What if the dresser fell? Like these people. There's nothing left upstairs in Tennessee, not even with the Department of Children and Family Services.
Betty, it don't matter where you freaking live. DCF, CPS, whatever you want to call it, is a broken system all over our country. Not Tennessee specifically, everywhere. Do you know how broken the system is in your own home state, Betty? I do. I've worked in the system for long enough. Years fostering. It's a freaking nightmare. Mess. Why aren't you trying to do your political activism and make changes in your own home state, Betty? Wonder why. Wonder why.
Who thought that living condition or quarters were okay? They should have immediately called law enforcement
Just
out there.
because you're not Susie Homemaker doesn't mean you're not a good mom. Do I think they were shitheads? Absolutely. DCF investigated them. They did not remove the kids at that time. You have to go with what they did. I mean, I wasn't there. I've heard so many conflicting stories about the situation. So at the end of the day, Betty, there was no evidence to point that they did anything to their daughter either. Believe me, I would 100% agree that law enforcement would have nailed them. And I'm sure they tried. So, and your theories on that never worked out because he was in jail, and you said all they had to do was put one in jail and break them apart, and that they would give and tell the truth. Apparently not. I still don't know where you've been so spot on these cases. I have yet to see it.
Here and immediately removed them under emergency protection. And they failed. And they would have.
No. Had there been a reason? And I have fostered in several different states. So, the rules pretty much are the same. Cali, Florida, PA, Maryland. Yeah, the rules pretty much stay the same. If there's cause for emergency removal, trust me, they don't care what time of day or night it is. They take them babies. I've seen it done so many times, but I've got the phone calls when we're dropping one off. Yeah, and they can happen in the middle of the night too, Betty. hmm It's so there has to be cause to do it though. I don't know the situation there with what happened with them in DCF because the records are private. You're not going to get them, but I don't know.
Done that the night before, Summer would still be alive.
What?
And we may have found out
What do you mean? How do you know she's not still alive somewhere? Why does your mind always go to the worst thing? Why? Betty, you're the kind of person who talks the talk, you know, behind the screen. Big mouth, big attitude, backbone. But I've seen you. I've seen you a million times in the field. If you would happen to be the person to come up on a deceased victim, you would lose your shit. You would lose your shit. I've seen it happen. I've seen people like you. It's not what you think it is, Betty. It's really not. You just get numb to it after a while. First couple are hard, though. They're hard as hell.
happened to her in her 5 short years. But Don made sure that didn't happen, and so did Candace.
Do you have some evidence of that? Do you have any concrete proof? And if you do, why have you not given it to law enforcement so they can arrest them?
So it says my oldest will be 30 tomorrow. I still have stuff around my house.
Yeah, they
that my
don't,
kids
Helen.
make.
You're right. They just, I have to agree with that. And I'm not trying to be mean, but they just don't. They don't have the smarts to pull something off for this long. Especially the kind of pressure that was put on them. And man, they didn't make things easy for themselves. Come on, let's be honest. They didn't. Yeah, they couldn't have pulled this off.
Made me in pottery class for Sebastian. None. How is that possible? It just doesn't.
What?
How is that for Sebastian? Exactly.
What has it been?
We saw none of that around the house for Sebastian.
None of what?
None.
Betty, he was 15. And I'm sure she has stuff. Every parent does. I do. But it's not sitting all over my house. He's 15.
How is that possible? It just doesn't. And everybody's saying people grieve differently. Well, people parent differently too, but I've never seen such a cold parenting style in my life.
What is so cold? When my son was a teenager, 15, 16, I didn't have his little school projects sitting all over my house from elementary school. I didn't. Did I have a keepsake box with stuff in it? Absolutely. But I didn't have him sitting all over my house. I had his pictures all over the place. But yeah, so guess that makes me a horrible parent. I mean, I do it now because I have littles. But when they're 15, 16, that stuff's not going to be still sitting out. You kidding? Come on. But see, again, that's where your lack of experience, parental experience, comes into play, Betty.
So cold, and most people would say that was abusive, that his environment was abusive. Had it been any other, I guarantee if the shoes were on the other foot and Bullhorn Betty was the one, and I bet you all these hate channels that are backing Chris and Katie wouldn't be backing them. They would probably be condemning me.
Okay.
for the crap that Katie and Chris has done if I did the same.
What has Katie and Chris done? What crap have they done? They have been supportive of Seth when I couldn't have been. I really couldn't have been. They're not hopping around on panels. They're not bothering anybody. They're not harassing anybody. They're not putting out lies. They're not stirring up drama. I mean, what exactly are they doing? What exactly have they done?
Thing. They wouldn't back Bullhorn Betty. They would be, their narrative would be different because they're a bunch of hypocrites, uneducated idiots with an opinion and a microphone.
I've told you time and time again, girlfriend, let's match degrees. See, mine came from real schools, accredited schools, not a Cracker Jack box, not an uncredited online program, certificate program, real schools. Betty, let's match degrees. I'm not one to brag about, but I'll be happy to match with you. I'm so tired of you calling everybody so dumb. When you dropped out of high school in the 10th grade. But we're dumb. You took an unaccredited certificate program to be a base level paralegal that you did not succeed at. And you did not. And you know you didn't. I worked for years with what I went to school for. And guess what? It was accredited. Because I got to stick people with needles and shit, you know? I got to do CPR, put mass trousers on people. Hell, I've trached a couple people. I've delivered a couple babies. Dealt with some burn patients. Lots of broken bones. Unfortunately, a lot of car accidents and some shootings. So yeah, bet you couldn't do none of that. Bet your little certificate doesn't, just like it wouldn't let you near a court of law.
Felons. Couldn't get a job at 7-Eleven.
Okay. Hey, that's some hard fucking work. You know, my hat's off to them. Because I don't like people. And I could never wait on people in them stores. People are rude and ignorant. And see, I have no problem standing up for that cashier, standing behind that desk, making barely over minimum wage just to make sure your stupid ass can get gas. Oh, hell no, you're not going to sit there and disrespect her. But that's hard work. It is. You're on your feet the whole time. And you put up with a lot of crap. Bad pay, bad hours, bad benefits, if any.
They gave money for those billboards. Small town girl, how much money did they get? $500 at the most? Maybe you should get your facts straight. Do you think that that's...
How much did Seth donate, Betty? How much? I can tell you. Zero. They aren't out here collecting cash apps and GoFundMes. They did that on their own. Just like they've done everything else that they're doing on their own, Betty.
Appropriate when you have a missing child? $500?
What'd Seth give?
And then they tell the whole entire...
What'd Seth give? Not a penny. He begs for money. He doesn't give any, he receives. Sorry, it is what it is.
World that there was a $3,500 reward fee and that was a lie? You want to keep going with this?
It was a promise. It was promissory notes. It wasn't actual cash donations, and it never followed through. Shut up. Quit your lying. Quit twisting it.
You know, they put minimal money forth. They put minimal effort forth. Minimal. And if you want to contradict that, please show me the receipts.
Show us the receipts for what Seth has done, Betty. Because even he keeps saying all this money coming in is for his living expenses. You know, because he chose not to go back to work.
Please. I guarantee there are none. I searched and searched and searched and searched. And not only that, you keep saying they had money put. I haven't even seen receipts for that. There's no proof that they have paid one dime. None.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
Not one receipt.
Yes,
so if
there
you
is.
could find the receipt for me,
Go
send
to
it my
Dutch's
way
channel.
so I can eat my words. I'd like to eat my words. I really want to eat my words. So if you find the receipt of where Katie and Chris have spent a dime on Sebastian since he's been missing, I'd like to see it. But so far, I bet you I can produce a crap ton of receipts for Seth.
Oh, well,
But I haven't
produce.
been able to produce. Oh, except a gas.
Oh, produce them then, because you haven't produced anything. And guess what? I'm going to ask Duchess to post it. There you go.
Receipt for Chris and Katie running away. We do have that. We do have that. It cost probably about $100.
They didn't run away, but okay.
Or more for them to run away from home, to run away from their missing son.
They didn't run.
That I can produce.
They didn't run.
Just saying.
What I can produce, asshole, is that woman had to leave her home because of idiots like you putting out misinformation and disinformation, plastering her home inside and out all over social media. She was getting threats. They were being stalked and harassed. I don't blame her for leaving. I don't. Betty.
Hey, Cheeky Chops. It's nice to see you.
I didn't speed her
From
up,
what I
did
heard, Chris' mom put up a billboard. I think that's what she's referring to. The only billboards I've heard are the ones that came from Duchess, and I don't like people assuming stuff. Get your facts together.
How do you think they got paid for, Betty?
Come back to me, because the only billboards that I have receipts for and proof for are the ones that Duchess has.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And people just come, well, I heard this and I heard that. Well, prove it, because I can prove that Duchess put those billboards up.
Mm-hmm.
And I can prove that Cluminati took over the billboards after Duchess.
She not only took over them, but added quite a bit. At one time, there was, 22 or something like that? Yeah.
I have never seen one receipt. And not only that, Kathy wouldn't even know where to begin on blipboards. I didn't even learn of blipboards until Duchess brought them up. That's it. I've never even seen these things before. So this lady's not going to know squat about that. She's never advertised on a freaking billboard in her life. And
doesn't mean she didn't pay for one, Betty.
Stationary billboards are literally $3,000 or more a month. So I doubt that Kathy, Katie, Chris, or anybody has spent that kind of money for a billboard for a month. Mm-hmm. I guarantee they haven't.
Don't guarantee what you can't, Betty.
If you want to donate, Seth, if you guys want to donate, Seth, I have no way of putting it up from where I'm at right at the moment. But if you guys would like to help Seth, please do so. His stuff is being passed around. Yes, Chris said he finally got to be a Ninja Turtle. Poof, he's gone. The good thing is he left no trace. That's what CP said exactly in the interview. In those words. Entire thing. Oh, I love you, girl. Will be ignored if it means leave that being handled like any high-profile case I've ever seen. And the problem here is, like I said at the beginning, it's one thing to ghost people when you have answers and you know you have answers. It's another thing to ghost people when you don't have them. It really looks bad in an election year, and maybe he's just trying to keep a low profile. Well, I hate to tell you, the sheriff and the people running for office are about to get a wake-up call, because not only do I fight for these kids, I'm a political activist, and you just like kind of kick a hornet's nest. And I said over and over again, you need to have public.
She really thinks she's gonna get. She really thinks she's gonna get the people in Tennessee to vote these police chiefs out and do what she wants them to do in their county. She really thinks that.
Relations. I've said that from the beginning. You need to have public relations. It should not get to this point. It should not be where people from the community are calling me to step up to the plate. They should have it under control, and they do not. I would have no job if people did their job.
You don't have a job. What exactly is it that you do besides be a nuisance and cause chaos? I didn't know that was a job.
And people quit hurting people. I would literally have no job.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean,
and I did forget about that. Good point. See something, say something. She's a realtor. She knows all about using social media and all that stuff. Yeah.
Everybody wants Bullhorn Betty. Quit killing people, quit disappearing people, and quit being law enforcement that doesn't do anything, that sits on their hands and runs away from their own.
Law enforcement hasn't sat on their
own.
hands. Law enforcement has worked the hell out of this case and are still working it. He's gotten so much attention while all the other kids missing haven't gotten any. None. 43, Betty. And they are lucky if they get a flyer.
Bosses, the people of their community. And that's exactly what
Exactly,
Eric Craddock has
Linda.
done. He's the deputy chief, the lead investigator on this case, and he has literally stuck his head in the sand and hasn't been seen or heard from since. He screwed up this case and he's hiding from the people because he doesn't want the people knowing while he's running for election. From my understanding.
He screwed up the case now.
Well, he needs a little bit of a wake-up call.
Betty, I hope, because all it's going to take, if this protest goes on, if it actually happens, all it's going to take is one loudmouth to be there with her. That's all it takes to fire Betty up, and that bullhorn's coming out. There's going to be problems if there's just one loudmouth, one cocky loudmouth. Yeah, exactly, Andy. Ooh. I'm sorry, Betty. You couldn't be more wrong. Law enforcement has went above and beyond. Above and beyond. They have done their job and are still doing their job. But because of people like you, they also have to waste a lot of their hours because you put out all this frivolous crap. And you get people calling in frivolous tips and sending stupid emails and videos that don't matter.
And I'm hoping that we get local attention with what we're doing. I hope we get national attention with what we're doing. Bullhorn Betty is going to be gathering.
That is the only reason you are doing it, because you think you're going to get attention. It's only about you, Betty. It's not about Sebastian for you. It's not about the victims in any cases. It's all about you and your grift.
Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and we are going to be raising our voices to seek justice for Sebastian. We want Sebastian brought home safely, but right now we have a law enforcement body that's not doing their job. And I want that to be known. Forensics are necessary.
It's not for you to choose or to decide that. You don't even live in Tennessee. There's no crime scene, Betty, because no crime has been committed. There's no signs of foul play. So, yeah, they're not going to turn it into a crime scene and run forensics just because you're demanding it. They're not going to clear Seth because you're demanding it. You're no one to demand anything. You're not even a resident of the state, let alone the county.
Necessary. Absolutely necessary in a case like this, and they have failed some of the most basic tasks.
Like what? A case like what? A runaway?
Like this. That is unacceptable to people like me that cover these cases all over the country, that know good policing from bad policing, that know that when
you don't go all over the country, Betty. You stay within a pretty much a radius. Usually where Trump's going to be, or there's a rally of some type. But you pretty much stay in the same area. You don't travel all over the place, Betty. You're trying to get people to pay for you to live in Idaho. I hope that doesn't go through. I hope they're not crazy enough to give you that kind of money. But, hey, it's their money. Do what they want with it, I guess. Be damn if I give you 10 grand to live in Idaho. Anyway.
Have no choice. You go for the low-hanging fruit. You get them for the jaywalking charge. You get them under your thumb.
And
night. Right now, these parents are being able to.
I don't know. I have my theories, but at the end of the day, my theories don't matter. I think he did meet someone. But, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. There's so much not known.
Escape without a worry in the world, but yet their child is missing while they're being able to live their best life ever. It's disgusting. And
who said they were living their best life, Betty? You have no idea what their day-to-day life is like. You have no clue. You don't know these people. You're not inside their home.
Watched it once already with the Summer Wells case, and it's made us sick.
Like Dawn and Candace were living their best life. Shut up. You are ridiculous.
Our stomach, and I cannot stomach dealing with it for another stinking case in Tennessee. Something has to be done.
What you can do. You don't live there. You're not a resident of any parts of Tennessee. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
With the laws in Tennessee. Period.
Okay.
The lawlessness has to go. They need to have their departments open 24/7 like the rest of freaking America. It's ridiculous.
It is.
It's ridiculous.
Oh.
I heard North Carolina's the same way.
Oh.
But you know what? North Carolina doesn't seem to have the same problems. Well, you know what? Look at and this is a great contrast to Tennessee. Great contrast to Tennessee. Look at North Carolina and how they police, especially when there's no body. They had Madalena Kojikari's mother and stepfather hemmed up in jail for over a year. Fighting.
Yeah, with other charges, Betty. Legit charges, Betty. Totally different cases, Betty. And trust me, North Carolina, which since you border there, you should know. North Carolina has just as much trouble as anybody else. And if there was any proof of a crime, then Tennessee would move. They would move on it. They've said there's no evidence of foul play, Betty.
To try to find that girl and where she's at. They have them, both of them parents, hemmed up for a year, would not let them out on bond or anything else. Hemmed up for a year. Over a year. What was it, 18 months for him and like 2 years for her? You know, and they have nobody, right? They have nobody.
They are totally different cases, Betty.
But they were hemmed up because they went for the low-hanging fruit. They went for whatever they could throw them in jail for. That's what we expect from law enforcement. When they cannot.
And there's nothing to throw them in jail for because there's been no crime committed, Betty. You cannot compare the cases.
Produce their kid and you are suspicious of them, get their ass in jail. If it means jaywalking, if it means for the Department of Children and Family Services and the abuse, then that's what you do.
There was never any founded abuse, Betty. The complaint was unfounded, Betty.
You take them to, you don't use your double jeopardy on the big case. You use it on the little cases. Those parents did something to that boy. There's abuse. There's a history of abuse there. Get them.
There's a history of abuse with all the parents, Betty. They've all had, well, Katie hadn't, but the two fathers involved have had CPS complaints. Both the stepfather and the father, Betty.
On the child negligence, the interference with custodial, whatever. There's something that they can have these people arrested for and put them in the hot seat, but they don't.
No, Betty, there isn't. There isn't.
Too busy being diplomatic and being nice to parents that could have done something terrible to their child. They don't care.
But see, the thing is, they have to prove that anybody did anything. And they have not been able to do that as of yet, Betty. In fact, they've said the exact opposite. Just so you know. And until law enforcement comes out and says different, yeah. It's kind of like where we're at.
Here. It's not good enough for Bullhorn Betty. It shouldn't be good enough for you, and it should not be good enough for the people, the residents in
I think
Tennessee.
all the parents, all the adults,
residents in Tennessee need to be going
in
to
my
that
opinion, failed him. All of them.
vote, and you guys need to be voting for law and order.
This is how it was. I'm sure it's how it was. And just by the things Seth has said, he said that he would tell Sebastian, well, mommy doesn't love me anymore. You know, I'm sure it was just a shit show for the kid. All the way around. But like I said, there was no evidence to prove that any of the parents did anything.
And you need to be voting for people that are talking about funding your stinking law enforcement. Because when they run out of resources, guess what? Investigations just go to the wayside.
No.
Because just like everything else, they only have so much money. They don't print money.
Oh, you don't say.
You know, they don't print money.
Really? Oh, damn.
They should do forensics that same day. And yes, of course, we all know the protocols. They should have had that done.
Not protocols, Betty. It wasn't a crime scene, you freaking idiot. You're forgetting the most important thing. The most important factor. There was no crime scene because there was no evidence of foul play. There was no crime scene. And secondly, you have no idea what law enforcement did in that home the many times they were in that home and searched that home. She's nervous.
Should have been, you know, it should have been done. I mean, they even came in later with Leilani because, you know, Leilani's case was going on for a while and we watched their forensics being done there. And that's when we got into town.
That's a whole different ballgame, Betty. That's a whole different case. There was actually evidence from the get-go with what happened, sadly, to little Quentin, the little angel. May he rest in peace. That poor baby. And to be thrown in the trash. But they are totally different cases, Betty.
So they didn't do, you know, the forensics on Leilani's house until, and she said her child ran away, and that's in Georgia for several days.
Okay.
But they went in.
You're talking about a toddler compared to a 15-year-old, first off. And from the get-go, Betty, there was evidence. I'll leave it at that.
I mean, they were in there within the first 30 days, definitely by the first 60 days. Everything I've read said forensics should be done within the first 90 days without doubt.
There's no crime, Betty. There's no crime scene, Betty.
It should all be done by the first 90 days. It should be collected within that first 90 days.
Mm-hmm. And you don't know what law enforcement did. You know, it could be that they did stuff they're not going to tell us. It could be that they didn't because there's no crime scene. I don't know. But you're going to have to wait for them to tell you and quit misleading people. Because you are no one to get anything, to demand anything of law enforcement in the state and county you're not even a resident of. You're not a resident. You're not a taxpayer. They'll tell you to go home, worry about your own backyard, which there's a lot you could clean up here in Florida. Come on and do it. No, you can't, because you know they won't put up with your shit.
That's what it's been. I've read a lot of stuff. If you guys don't believe me, do your own research. But I've read a lot of stuff.
I never believe anything you say, Betty, and I do my own research. I would never, ever, ever take your word for it in any case. When you're talking shit about JLR, yeah, or Dolly, yeah, maybe, but not in a case. No.
Be done within 90 days. They have done nothing. We're like literally at 6 months. Well, just passing.
They've done nothing. Okay. They've done nothing. Law enforcement has done nothing. There was ground searches. There was multiple agencies called in. There was dogs used. There was drones used. There was helicopters. There was foot searches. There's flyers. There's, I mean, they drained 43 freaking ponds and lakes, man. Come on. But they've done nothing. They have pulled out all the stops. They've had professional searchers, EquiSearch there. Oh my God. I can't with this woman.
All right, small town girls, and send me the freaking receipts. Okay? I'd like to see the freaking receipts, and I want to see Chris and Katie's name on it. But I can tell you, what do you got? $500?
Small
Is
town
that the most they
girl.
spent for their son? Because if that's the case, that is bullshit.
Woo, you made it. You got a shout out from the Bullhorn. Good question, though.
No matter how you look at it. But you can be snooty and say, I'll send you the receipts. Can't wait to see them. As a matter of fact, since you're still in here, why don't you send them to me now so I can review them here online? And you know I'm going to have to corroborate them. And I will. So go ahead and send me what you got. Do KO have receipts of bowling?
You never bet anything, Betty. You say you cooperate with yourself. You go get the shit up the Facebook groups, JLRs mostly, and you run with the shit.
Shopping, Roadhouse. Well, we know they were at the Roadhouse. We have them on video there, so that's definite. But, you know, I don't know what they have. I know people have gone to the bowling alley. That was one place I didn't get a chance to go to, was the bowling alley. And I would have liked to have gone to the bowling alley to see what they had, you know, what kind of cameras they had, you know, look at the gaming area.
Shouldn't have been in such a hurry to get to your Trump rally, because that's the reason why you were there. That's the main reason. The other reason was to stack, harass, try to evoke a response from the Proudfoots and the Bauer Sox. And when you couldn't get one, you created one. Yeah, that's pretty much why you were there.
Yeah, to see how that whole gaming area is set up and stuff like that. But I just didn't get an opportunity. I was too busy trying to get a good understanding of where, you know, I knew where it was, but I didn't get a chance to go in because I was getting, you know, I was back and forth between Memphis and St. Jude's and Hendersonville and Clarksville. Why do people need receipts for someone else's money? When I'm at the store, I don't ask others because this is YouTube and the entitled elitist BS on here, the PC culture, this disgusting PC culture that I loathe on these platforms.
Echo search is still there.
But hey, if she wants to send me some receipts, send me some receipts, but just expect a butt whipping, because I can guarantee whatever they have provided is too little. It's too little, too late.
You can't guarantee that, Betty. You can't guarantee that.
Negligence of being amidst something. I agree, but you know what? The laws don't support it, unfortunately. There's something in there that the laws do support, but they're messing around. They're messing around. CP also said the punishment for Sebastian, the punishment must finish. And you know what? We're still sitting here like this lady here, the small town chick or whatever her name is, sitting here just wanting to root for the CPs, root for KP, you know, and all this other stuff. And
she triggered your ass, didn't she, Betty? All it takes is a comment to say that maybe you're wrong. You know, she got you all flustered. Way to go, small town girl.
And trying to say about receipts. And I want to show you guys the receipts, because when she shows me the receipts, you're going to see how long ago it was that they gave this measly little donation to their son.
Measly little donation. $500 isn't measly or little. Betty, you don't even have money, so that would be a lot to you. Also, where's Seth's donation? That's a zero.
After that, I guarantee it. I absolutely know 100%. And I'm going to have to corroborate every little bit of it, because I don't trust anybody when it comes to CP or KP.
You don't know shit about what Chris and Katie are doing, and you can't stand it. So you make things up as you go along.
I think people out here are disgusting, right? They're disgusting.
And what you do know that they've done, you refuse to give them credit for, and you try to twist it and downplay it because you want it to fit your narrative. You're a liar, Betty. A piece of shit liar.
And people are on their channels listening to this. They've never gotten one thing, literally nothing right in all of these cases. In all of these cases, they've never gotten one of these cases or nothing right or figured out, because they're always behind the 8 ball, because they need law enforcement telling them what to say.
Betty, you've never gotten anything right. You've never been spot on a case. In fact, you're often wrong and called out with facts. I've done it myself. I've actually went and showed the facts, Betty, against what you put out. You're talking about yourself again, because that's exactly what you do. You've never helped in any case. You've mucked it up. You've interfered. You've caused chaos, but you've never helped.
You know, they have to be told what to say or how to think. They can't, you know, they have no mind thought. They have no problem solving skills. They have no education or experience to actually do independent thinking or
Oh,
research
honey.
on their own.
Oh, Betty, you don't have problem solving skills. You have problem creating skills. You're really good at creating chaos and mayhem in cases. Not problem solving, problem causing.
To develop a fact, they have to be told what law enforcement thinks happened for them.
Helen.
Like if I had to listen to law enforcement or the FBI with the whole Donald Trump thing, I guarantee nothing will ever get done.
Way
There's
to go,
no way in
small
hell
town girl.
I'm trusting our FBI or our Secret Service to give us a damn thing that's truthful. None.
Oh.
And I can tell you, I'm going to be out there. I will be in Pennsylvania.
Uh-huh.
I am going to be looking at this. I'm going to be speaking to people. I'm going to understand exactly what happened that day. They may be having a lot of
Betty, you can't understand what happened that day. You weren't there. And who the hell are you? What does it matter? Because at the end of the day, you're not relevant in what happened. You weren't a part of it, but you want to insert yourself like you were a part of it.
oversight committees in our federal government, but I'm having Bullhorn Betty oversight here. And I got to tell you, I'm not listening to our federal government. I am not listening. They're already starting to peddle today's meeting. Oh, lone wolf. No, there's enough information out there that said that there is attachment to somebody in the FBI, and I want to know who that is. And you know what?
My gosh.
I don't trust anybody. Unless somebody is called out for working with this guy, I don't trust anything because I know it's there. That's why. And we have the biggest and best law enforcement bodies, and they're telling us
So
that
now she's saying
wolf.
The 20-year-old was tied to somebody big in the high up in the FBI, and she knows it, and she's going to prove it. Good luck with that, Betty. Is she fucking for real? Or am I just stoned? One or the both.
They ain't worth the salt. They ain't worth their name on a piece of paper that they signed. They're garbage.
Really?
And they have no backbone to stand up to the deep state and to tell us what really happened.
Oh.
So I'm going to keep going down the fact that I believe this was not a lone wolf, and I believe that our federal government was 100% involved.
So this 20-year-old was involved with the federal government, and this was planned by the federal government. Oh. Okay. I guess I'm not too stoned. Wow. Couldn't be that, he was just some crazy dude that, just, it couldn't be that, right?
100%.
100%. But you can't say that, Betty, because you have no proof. But you're saying it 100%. No wonder TikTok shut you down. YouTube should. The crap you spew, you just lied. Again. Because it's not 100%. And you don't have any proof. And Betty, you're no one to go find it out. Because no one's going to tell you shit. By the time you get there, these people that were there are going to be so tired. And most of them weren't even from that area. But the ones that were, they'd be so tired of talking about it and so tired of being played by people. Once again, you'll be late to the game, as always.
I think that lady in the crowd was absolutely the assistant director of the FBI. There is ad data and stuff that leads right to an FBI building that Thomas Matthew Crooks was near, and a phone that was really close to that FBI building meeting him. I'm not going to allow my federal government or law enforcement to lie to me. This is why I do the job I do. No, I'm not.
Betty, you don't have a job. And at the end of the day, you don't matter. None of us do. I don't know what happened. I'm not following it. But I think I'd have heard that part. I'd have paid attention to that. I'm not doing the nope. Never
I'm
mind.
gonna sit here and wait for law enforcement to tell me what I'm allowed to say on these platforms. I do the work just myself, right? And it's funny because people out there in the public seem to get the information a lot quicker and with a lot more specificity than we can get from our law enforcement. So I'm going to continue doing my job the way I'm doing it. And that's what makes me have such a high batting average on this channel with the information and putting these cases together to make sense of it.
Oh, she's going to making them. She is demanding that Seth be cleared and that they run forensics on Chris and Katie's house like yesterday. But when she announced it, it would have been 6 weeks. She announced it a couple of weeks ago. But if it's so urgent, why are you waiting 6 weeks to go demand it? And why is it that you're going the same weekend Trump's there? No. How does an individual get so delusional? Drinking Betty's coffee. Yeah, I think she should go talk to the FBI and the Secret Service. I think she should go give them the rundown on how she feels about them and what they did. And that somebody on the FBI, high up, it had to be, was working with this kid. And that's why this all happened, so they can 5150 her ass.
Not just Sebastian Rogers, not just Summer Wells, but also this case right now with Donald Trump. Okay?
What does that have to do with Tennessee?
I'm angry. I'm angry about the whole thing. I'm angry about the law.
Why? You act like you were the one who was shot at, and you weren't. You're not the one who lost his life. Protecting his family. Betty. You weren't even there.
I'm angry about Director Kim Cheadle's. Cheadle had no business talking to. She should have just came clean. She might have saved her job. Well, no, she was going to go out anyways. President got hit in the head. No matter how you look at it, she did not do her job. So she was going to go out anyways, but she should have had integrity. She should have told Congress what they needed to hear. She should have told them the truth. She knew her career was over. This was a career-ending move. I feel like she was screwed. I feel like they put an incompetent woman in charge of the Secret Service and they were able to play her. I really do.
Well,
I really do.
Betty, isn't that what they usually do? They put in who they want so they can use them. I mean, that's politics. You know she is really Trump.
And while she was trying to
no, she doesn't have. She didn't even know what integrity means. I'm telling you, I'm going to buy her a dictionary.
Hobnob with all the rich elites instead of doing her damn job, which they knew she would do. She created the vacuum that created the situation that put Donald Trump in harm's way. And it was created for a purpose. Nobody's that lax. Nobody's that stupid.
Okay. It was created for a purpose. Could be somebody just fucked up. God forbid that wouldn't happen. Yeah. Just, Betty, I'm not getting into politics with you. You just ruined my buzz. I'm not getting into politics with you. Oh, you're lucky. Oh, you're so lucky. Trust me, you're lucky.
Let's be honest. There is not a law enforcement body in this world that is as stupid as what we just saw.
Really? But didn't you just say Tennessee was? So now she is, and the FBI is, and the CIA, everybody. And now add that on to Tennessee. Well, you're going to have a lot of work to do. I mean, you just got a lot of work to do. You better get hard on it. You better get out that bed and get busy.
There's no incompetence here. This was intentional. You cannot tell me all of these things were total incompetence. They bowed completely against law enforcement protocols at the basic level.
You didn't even know the protocols. You're getting it off news reports and rumor posts that you're running with. But Betty, you didn't even know what the protocols were. And you still don't know what they all are because they're never going to tell them all. They have to keep some things secret.
Their basic level. It is insane. So we're going to keep going down both of these cases. I'm going to be in Tennessee soon, and then I'm going to be going over.
Why? You're not part Oh, Betty, you do not want to start harassing the FBI and the Secret Service. You really don't. Look, I'm trying to give you some really sound advice right now. Leave them agencies the fuck alone, because, honey, you'd be 5150 for a very long time if you don't, because you'd have to be nuts. Leave them alone, Betty. But you won't, because Sebastian's case is drying up for content for you. You've got to find content. Soon TikTok's not going to work. You should drop that idea. Leave the FBI alone, Betty, because it's a lot easier for them to 5150 than local police. So I'm just telling you. No, I don't want you to end up being, you know.
To Pennsylvania to do investigative reporting on the
You're
attempted
not an investigative reporter, Betty. You are not credited media. You are not an investigative reporter.
assassination of the 45th president and soon to be the 47th president of this United States, Donald J. Trump.
Oh, she's not going to listen, Corinne. It wouldn't matter. She's not going to listen. She's going to mess with the Secret Service and the FBI, and she's not going to like the outcome. But I'll be there with a box of popcorn, you know?
You guys know the man has been very gracious to me and my friends. His family has been very gracious to me and my friends.
You don't know him.
And we have a more personal level, not only with him, but with his family. This angers me to my core.
You do not.
And
you do not. Trump don't even know you exist. You don't know his Oh my God. Man, anybody got a shovel? The shit's getting deep.
I'm going to fight for him as hard as I fight for Sebastian Rogers. That's all I got to say. Anyways, guys, thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for chatting.
You're not fighting for Sebastian. You're fighting for yourself. It's all about content for you, Betty.
With me. It's been so nice. This Tuesday evening, tomorrow's going to be hump day. We're going to be getting back in the swing of things where we're producing a lot of videos, producing some information. If you guys have any breaking news cases that are coming up or something that interests you or that I need to look into, don't overwhelm my chat, but please send me those new cases over at your earliest convenience so we can just take a peek under the hood to see if it's something that we can help with. God bless you. Have a great evening. Don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of back in this weird thing that many of us forgot called unity. See you soon.
Oh, honey, you don't know what unity is all about.
Ollie and Anna seem so perfect.
Oh, my Lord. My head hurts now. My head really hurts now. I think I'm proud of myself. It was hard to let the politics stuff go. I made some snarky comments, but I did good. It could have been bad. Ooh, it could have been bad. I don't like to review her when she's talking politics because it's really hard. Ooh. But she's an investigative journalist. Do y'all get that? She is an investigative journalist. Yes, Helen will get a large extra butter. Yeah, I kept you guys on here I can't believe it's almost 1 o'clock and I'm still on here with you guys. All you got to do is tell me, Kat, this late. Let's go. Because I lose track of time when I'm playing these videos. Yeah, those couple front row people are nuts. They don't even get acknowledged. You don't know who they are. Betty don't know him and his family. They aren't personal friends. Jesus. Stalker, maybe. But I've been on here over 5 hours, almost 6 hours, and no one said, no. Yeah, no one even said anything. Yep, wow. That's a breaker for me. That's a long one for me. Holy cow. Regarding I made my name this, she just said, oh, she always says that. That's always her closing. Yeah. But really, what she's telling you is only tell her. Don't tell anybody else. Yeah, she could stand there in case there's another. She could be the human shield. Since she's not happy with the Secret Service and the FBI, she can be. Boy, I don't think she's stupid enough to go bother them. She knows a little too much. She acts like she does. She acts like she's got, got all the deets on the inside from the, Secret Service and the FBI. Betty knows it all. She already knows who messed up. She knows, she just knows it all. All from watching news reports. She copied Nancy Grace. Yeah, her idol. Yeah. No, I used to have long hair. I just got it cut about a month ago. It was down to the small of my back, almost my butt. And I just got it cut real short. I've cammed up before. Just most days I just don't get around to putting on makeup. That is happening for shorts. Anywhere or what time JP is good. Good man, but he's not going to go for bad mouthing KP. I don't know. I hope not. I hope not, Lisa. I don't know. I hope it's Tony's going to be there, of course. He's going to try to run it, I guess, because I guess he's the one to help set it up. I don't know. According to Betty. But Betty is going to act like she's not. But if she's not up on that panel talking and asking questions, she's going to be butthurt. She'll act like she's not then, but she's going to be butthurt. Split may be happening there. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I can't see that man sitting on a panel with her. Betty was blaming it on the woman who probably resigned because she was being trashed by those lights because she's female. Could be. She did resign. It could be. But I am going to get off here. We've been on here for hours. She's not. She will throw Seth under the bus. Yeah, but he's got the ace in the hole. And Betty was too stupid to see it. I didn't know. She said she could help me. It's my son that's missing. I just wanted help. Betty did it. Betty said it. I didn't. That's going to be, but too late for that, dude. Because you co-signed all the shit she did. You mod in her chat. You sit in her chat while she's saying this shit. Too late for that, in my opinion. Dookie, it's an empty bag. You can't have it, Sir Duke. What do you want? You can't climb in it. It's not big enough. This cat loves a paper grocery store bag. He will climb inside that bag and play for hours. I have to get him one tomorrow, but he shreds them. But yeah, he thinks he's going to climb in this little bag. Duke, your head won't even fit in there. You just a big kitty. And Betty didn't cackle, and I didn't let you out just in case. Because I didn't want to get bit. I know you don't like her. Why are you rubbing my mic for? You going to talk to everybody? Say hello. You going to meow? Huh? You going to meow? I'll get you a goodie. You want a treat? You got a meow. He's looking at me like, woman, get off that treat and give me one. He's not in the mood to talk. You're not in the mood to meow? Oh, he's giving you guys kisses. He's rubbing the mic for you. Okay, that's enough. That's enough, Dookie Doo. Don't bite me. Don't bite me. No headbutts. Come on now. This cat's crazy. Everybody says hello, Sir Duke. No, you don't drink iced tea. Oh, okay, guys. The reason they were allowed access, who knows the way Trump runs things. I'm shocked that hasn't happened sooner. Hey, if somebody wants to do it, as history shows, they're going to find a way to do it. No, Sir Duke, okay, you got to quit rubbing my headset now, dude. Seriously. Seriously. No. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you going to purr? Oh my gosh, he's climbing on my laps. What he's doing. Auntie Helen says, meow if you want to come to my house. You want to go away? You want to go for a visit? Huh? Say, there's about ready to be some birthday cake and stuff here. He said, I'm going to get me a little bite. He takes like one little bite. That's it. That's all he'll eat. But he got to get that little bite. He's a trip. Hey, Demon Chihuahua. To me, what has always spoken volumes is that KP could have come out and wrecked public image of Seth, but they said nothing, knowing he would do that himself. Everyone who brought this, I've seen the truth. Yeah, they could have, and they never did. They never did. And honestly, I don't know if I could have not said something. So my hat's off to them because, I just wish that there was some way that they could just come together, for Sebastian. I need to tweet to the Trump so they know this loony will be messing with the authority. Well, according to her, she knows him and his family, and that they've helped her and her friends out immensely. The front row Joes, the people that like to live in parking lots. Hey, is Terry been a front row Joe? I mean, she likes to sit in parking lots for hours. Yeah. That she did say it. She did say it. Yeah, she's gonna keep it up, TikTok, she was so mad the other day. TikTok shut her live down for misinformation when she was slamming the FBI and the Secret Service. They shut her live down. I mean, she went right back. She has how many channels? But she was livid. It caused a whole rant. She's asking people to sign up to do a class action lawsuit with her against TikTok. And if nobody will, she's going to file suit against TikTok on her own. And she's going to their headquarters to protest and to file complaints. Yeah, she's doing all the above. Nobody would agree to do the class action, so she's going to sue them on her own. She doesn't realize that it's already been done. But, you can't tell Betty nothing. And they didn't get nowhere. She's not going to get nothing. Betty thinks it's going to be a big company. They're just paying me to go away. They got lawyers that'll shred her up. They're not going to pay her to make her go away because then that makes them look guilty. They'd rather shred her up. No, she won't. Not at all. I had never met somebody so damn Sue happy besides JLR. No wonder them two were good together. They're so much alike. BHB wants to take on China. I hope she knows China. Yeah, she is. Yeah, she's already said that. And she is demanding that they turn over TikTok to an American company. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what she's doing. And hey, if she wants to go to China, to go to the main headquarters, I think she could gather up enough support for a ticket. Because I help, and I know a few other people. A one-way ticket? Yeah. We can send her to China. That's true, Lisa. Maybe he wasn't orthography. Not all kids are. My son didn't like to make anything until he got to do woodshop. He didn't like. He was always playing football or hockey. He started playing hockey when he was so young. But yeah, he was always He'd rather be outside doing something. He wasn't. I mean, I still have. He made me a cedar chest. It's beautiful. When he had woodshop in high school, I still have it. But other than that, no, he wasn't. He just didn't care about crafts. Now these two are the exact opposite. Yeah, but if it's a one-way ticket, you can't come back, Helen. They'd have no choice. She has no case. She has a fundamental misunderstanding of the First Amendment. It says the federal government cannot hinder your freedom of speech. Nothing about privately owned companies. Yeah, but she doesn't get that. She thinks they took her right to free speech because they shut her down for misinformation. And what she was saying was misinformation. I mean, they weren't wrong. Well, she's been there many times. She's been to jail. She's been arrested many times. Yeah. Yeah, Helen, I'm afraid that, yeah. Good luck, China. That's all I got to say. Good luck. But I am going to end this, guys. Thank you for hanging out with me so long. I really appreciate you. Thank you, mods, for everything. But chat, thank you for hanging with me so long. I appreciate that. And I'll be seeing y'all on these YouTube streets. Night all. And behave. Nobody get in no trouble. We got to behave. Night, everybody.